breaks your heart. I wasn't there, but I know she was your girl. You showed her the world, but fell out of love and you both let go. She was crying on my shoulder, all I could do was hold her. Only made us closer until July. Now I know that you love me. You don't need to remind me. I should put it all behind me, shouldn't I? But I see her in the back of my mind all the time. Like a fever, like I'm burning alive, like a sun. Did I cross the line? Good things don't last, and life moves so fast. I'd never ask who is better, 'cause she couldn't be more different from me. Happy and free in leather. And I know that you love me. You don't need to remind me. Put it all behind me. But baby, I can see her in the back of my mind all the time. Just like a fever, like I'm burning alive, like a sun. In the back of your mind, in my eyes. Valentine's Day, crying in a hotel. I know you didn't mean to hurt me, so I kept it to myself.
I still remember 3rd of December, me in your sweater. You said it looked better on me than it did you. Only if you knew how much I liked you. But I watch your eyes as she walks by. What a sight for sore eyes, brighter than the blue I'm not even half as pretty. You gave her your sweater, it's just polyester, but you like her better. Wish I were Heather. Watch as she stands with her holding your hand, put your arm round her shoulder. Now I'm getting colder, but how could I hate her? She's such an angel, but then again, kinda wish she were dead as she walks by. What a sight for sore eyes, brighter than a blue sky. She's got you mesmerized while I die. Why would you ever kiss me? I'm not even half as pretty. You gave her your sweater, it's just polyester, but you like her better. I wish I were Wish I Wish I were Heather. Why would you ever kiss me? I'm not even half as pretty. You gave her your sweater, it's just polyester, but you like her better. Wish I were.
When I was younger, I saw my daddy cry and curse at the wind. He broke his own heart, and I watched as he tried to reassemble it. And my mama swore that she would never let herself forget. And that was the day that I promised I'd never sing of love if it does not exist. But darling, you are the only exception. 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 Well, maybe I know somewhere deep in my soul that love never lasts, and we've got to find other ways to make it alone or keep a straight face. And I've always lived like this, keeping a comfortable distance. And up until now, I had sworn to myself that I'm content with loneliness, because none of it was ever worth the risk. Well, you are the only exception. You are the only exception. You are the only exception. You are the only exception.
Yo, what up, everyone?
Exception.
Oh, great song. Hold on a second.
Only
Exception, you are the only exception.
you are
The only exception. You are the only exception. You are the only exception. You are the only exception.
and I'm on
My way to believe it. Oh, and I'm on my way to believe it. Okay, wait, let me get my water. Then I'll be right there. Okay.
Can count the years on one hand that we've been together. I need the other one to hold you, make you feel better. It's not a walk in the park to love each other, but when our fingers interlock, can't deny you're worth it. 'Cause after all this time, I'm still into
Okay.
I should be over all the butterflies, but I'm into you. And baby, even
There we
on
go.
the worst nights, I'm into you. Let 'em wonder how we got this far, 'cause I don't really need to wonder at all. After all this time,
I'm still into you.
recount the night that I first
The best part of Will is you.
And on the drive back to my house, I told you that.
Secretary of Antifa. I swear we have Trans Tifa and Antifa. Thank you for the 3 months. Philip Emo, thank you for the Prime. Frog Parking, thank you for the Prime. This time, I'm still into you. Sequin, thank you for the 38 months. Snow Moon, thank you for the 3 months. Tenebrae, thank you for the 28 months. Rafts, thank you for 12. This time, I'm still into you. I'm still into you, little teeny. I'm still into you. Come here. I'm still into you.
Some things just make sense, and one of those is you and I. Some things just make sense, and even after all this time,
I'm into you.
baby, not a day goes by
Spot that I'm not into you. Come on, come on. Mommy loves Paramore. Come on, stop it. I'm into you. At all. This time, I'm still into you. I'm still into you. I'm still into you. He said, Mama. He said, Mama's belt. Mama belt or else I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad. Is this an impromptu Twilight costume? Okay, wait a second. I didn't even think about that. But yes. Wait. I just need to be like 100 times paler. 100 times paler and with like weird contacts. And it is a Twilight. It's the Twilight baseball costume. That's so funny. It's giving Alice. Well, no, it would be more giving. I think Rosalie has actually, you know what would be really Rosalie or Rose, whatever her name is. Hold on. I just pulled up a Twilight soundtrack. After all. Hey, wait. It's this one. Okay, wait. There we go. Yes. Oh, the title didn't change? Huh. Let me look up a picture of her and see just how much I got it. Picture. Halloween has come early. You wore it better. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so first Halloween costume done. Honestly, this blonde wig has gotten so much. I've gotten so much mileage out of it. So much mileage. This thing, I'm pulling it on every other day. Got so many characters. It's looked better, but I think honestly the messiness works. This is the best clip I've seen since your Tim Heidecker clip. Is it
at this party? I will say huge shout out. Okay, I was talking to some guy, and it was
everybody's voices are shot.
It was actually okay, but he was being a little aggressive, and immediately his body language was a bit like close. But I was like, okay. Like, I wasn't like, I gotta go. Cause if I really I'm not effing with someone, I will just go. But I was like, sometimes people are drunk and they're like talking in your face a lot and they're a bit aggressive. Immediately I get pulled, by Wake Wilder. And he's like, hey, I want to introduce you to somebody. I was like, okay. And he's like, are you all right? And I was like, what? Yeah, I'm okay. He's like, okay, cool. Just checking. This guy's a bit.
That son of a bitch.
Aggressive, was a bit in your face. And just checking, you're good. And I was like,
also the guy she was talking to, Will Neff.
And I got emotional. I was like, Why you're so kind for checking on me, and it was so smooth. Wow, I really thought I was meeting somebody. He's like, "Can I introduce you?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." I was like, "Yeah." And then I was like, "Who am I meeting?" And then he's like, "No, just checking."
You know how this clip should be reported on? It should be reported on as fan gets saved by Will Wilder. Fan gets saved by Will Wilder. Because everybody's just everybody these days. Yes, I saw that. I saw the racist AI slop ad campaign. I already have that pulled. Okay, have to take this wig off. It's so sweaty and itchy. It's so itchy. I just want to do this. XR, thank you for the 4 months. Laminas, thank you for the 3. Even though it's such a it's a wig. I know. Sorry. For those who thought this was not a wig. Ellie Faba, thank you for the 11 months. Silent Radical, thank you for the 13 months. Little Fishy, thank you for the Prime Victor. Thank you for the 19 months. Thanks, y'all. Thanks. Thanks for the resubs. I thought you dyed your hair for a second. I don't know if this is it. I think if I were to go blonde, I couldn't do like this blonde because my eyebrows and stuff are so dark. Okay, so I have bad news. I have bad news. We cannot take more bad news. I know. Well, little Goldilocks over here. Little Goldilocks over here. Okay, here's my bad news. Found out today that Will's passport expires in 6 months. Yeah. And we have been in the middle of trying to very last minute get our visas for China. I had my passport expire within 6 months. So back in August, I renewed it. I did say like, hey, make sure your passport doesn't expire because you can't travel even if it's like the expiration is 6 months from your travel date. So Austin called me. You guys suck because of the passport thing or like any of the other 1,000 things. No, it wasn't me. Chatter. If it's the passport thing, I got my passport renewed. So Austin called me and was like, I can try and get him an emergency appointment. He might have to go to San Francisco. And I was just like, ain't no way. Because it would have to be in like the next 48 hours. No, it's not even enough to expedite it. He has to go to like a consulate, same day appointment, or same day get his passport. I don't know. Austin's been figuring it all out. It's just a matter of if Will has time or the energy, and right now vibes have not been good. So I just don't know what to do. I know it sucks. I don't know what to do. He called me. They're going to talk about it at the podcast tonight to try to figure it out. I really wanted to. Okay, let me explain to you why I was going to China in the first place. I was going to China in the first place because I have always wanted to go to China with Will. That is where my dad's family is from. We went to Japan in February. I was like, okay, we have to go to China. And I've never been to China. And I really want to go to China. And he was always like, eh. And then, of course, he was like, oh, Hassan wants to go to China, so I'm going to China. So I went, okay, great. I guess I'm going to China. I guess I'm fucking going to China. So if they decide to go, maybe you should have met Gavin at TwitchCon so you can call in a favor. You know what? Regret. Total regret. So I'd actually be furious with him. I'm not. I'm bummed for sure. I'm bummed if it doesn't work out. We did talk about it and I was like, okay, I would like to go next year. If it doesn't work out in November, I really want to go still. Passports are a pain in the... Yeah, and it's one of those where, like, we've planned this for months, but also not planned it. Like, flights aren't even booked yet because this has been... It's still been a scramble, even with the months in advance of being like, let's go to China. Okay, here's the rough dates. You're taking this really well. I got to keep it a buck. I'm so exhausted this week. Oh, also, I was supposed to do Among Us this morning. Sorry. I woke up. There was already a shitstorm. I was like, oh, my head. I was getting some work done. And then I just like closed my eyes to take I don't even think I meant to take a nap. I closed my eyes. I woke up. And Ellen was like, it was 12:40. He's like, are you still coming to Among Us? I was like, no, I'm sorry. No way. So I think if it were any other week, I would have the energy to be more upset about the China situation. But right now it's like, okay, you know, it is what it is. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure something out. That's how it goes. I'll get to China somehow. I will get there somehow one day. So Austin was like, okay, well, if Will doesn't go, like, please still come. Because if they decide, I don't know. They're talking about it at the podcast tonight. They're going to figure it out. They're going to figure out what they're going to do. If Will is like, I can't get to San Francisco. I can't get this emergency passport appointment in time. They may decide to move it. They may not want to go without him anyway. So then in that case, we would just go next year. It happens. You know what? Here's the thing, y'all. A trip this big it's not an easy undertaking. So I would rather things be lined up, no stresses, excitement leading up. It's, you know, going with streamers, shit happens. Initially we were going to go in September and then it was moved to November. So it's not the first time that a streamer content trip will have to get moved, you know? So I really wanted to see all three of you. I think waiting's the way to go. Yeah, I am inclined to not go to China without Will. So if they decide to go, they decide to go. But for me, it was always, I wanted to go with him. Going to China is a big trip. I hope Will can get the emergency passport. We all will become Chinese one day. We are all Chinese. Most UCs have passport services for international students. You don't have to be a student to make an appointment. That's what I did. It was way faster getting an appointment. I know Austin is like, Austin has already been all day researching all the options. And then he was like, do you think you can get Will to like, let's say the only option for him is to go to San Francisco. I went, honestly, Austin, it's going to be up to him. I'm not going to try to pressure him one way or another. We just got back from TwitchCon. I don't know if he wants to. He's like, I'll go with him. He's so sweet. I know. I was just like, it's going to have to be a Will Neff decision. Anyway, as someone with immigrant parents, I learned to renew docs at least a year in advance in case terrible things happen. This is wild. Yeah, I think because of the lack of, seriousness, like it's a content trip. So I don't think the same regard for making sure paperwork and everything is lined up and ready to go. I don't think it's the same regard as like people whose parents, it's like an immigrant situation. If it doesn't happen this year, maybe early next year would be fun too. Yeah, for sure. Also, y'all, it's already almost the end of October. So it's almost next year. Vanilla Lesbians, thank you for the 11 months. Sag, I know. I love to be that person where I'm like, it's almost the end of year. There's 2 months until Christmas. How does that make you feel? It's almost next TwitchCon already. Was TwitchCon rough? I saw you and Will on a short tearing up a DJ set. Looked great in those 7 seconds. That was fun. That was very fun. I think it had its ups and downs. My overall take was like, oh, the other thing I want to say too is just, I don't need to go back over it all, but just as far as security, I think my problem was that there was security, and some people the security was so intense to the point of it being a problem. But then it was like areas such as the meet and greet, and obviously the Emmy situation. That's where it's like, well, how did we drop the ball here? How did, like, with all the security there, nobody stopped him, nobody stopped this guy, nobody detained this guy. So it just felt like it was focusing on the wrong things, So it's not that like there was no security and that anybody could just come in and even when I would go around to, like, I never went through the main entrance. I always went through the side partner entrance where like the car drops you off. Still went through metal detectors. Like there were security guards, had to beep the band at multiple entrances. But it was just like with all that security, what was going on? Yeah, making anonymous VTubers show their faces, or people who are immunocompromised having to take clear masks off. Were the security mainly on huge mail creators? No, I wouldn't say so. Taylor's been kind of going, oh, I know. I have not been on the Twitter. I have not been on the Twitter. Usually it feels bad. Just in particular this last week, it feels extra bad. So I'm just staying away from the internet right now. I'm off the Twitter. Between all the entrances to TwitchCon, it was very random if security made me take my mask off or not. Yeah, so I think it's just kind of like the randomness of it all. No, I did not see these photos yet. Wait. Let me see. Okay, these are photos that were taken by Poultry, who's awesome. He is at every one of these TwitchCons. Oh, Will. These are so cool. He's so sweet. When I was at the Artist Alley, the whole weekend he was like, you need to have Poultry take photos of you. You need to have Poultry take photos of you. And so at one point he came up and he brought Poultry over and he was like, okay, get some pictures. Because I hadn't taken like any photos that weekend. Yeah. So then he finally was able to snap some pics right before I left the con for the weekend. These are cool. Yo. Okay, I'm gonna have to post. I also never post on the IG, on the IG. But maybe this is a post. Maybe we've got a post here, folks. Awesome. Awesome. Boo-doo. Can you put them on Insta? I will. I definitely will. Just okay. Thank you for 6 months. Christian talking about the security today.
TwitchCon, y'all can fucking agree with me. A lot of the security staff this year were fucking twinks. And I'm gonna be real. If it's a fucking security guard, mama, I want them to be the most big, burly, scary motherfucker you've ever seen. Okay? That's someone that, from a security perspective, I'm not coming to fucking play with. But I swear, they went on Grindr, fucking picked the twink category and just started offering jobs, mama. They were all they were all twinks, all of them. I was like, mama, well, I'm not afraid of you, babes. I'm like, I'll see you at the gay bar later, mama. Yeah, like that. It's like, okay, like none of them were big. They were all twinks. I'm like, why? I sound like Abby Lee Miller.
Everybody's
why do I sound like Abby
voices
Lee
are
Miller right now? But it was some bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like what? Like I'm like, I had to laugh because I was just like, wait, this is who they hired in light of this year? Also, for the girls around TwitchCon, y'all can fucking agree with me. A lot of the security staff this year.
It's so funny. they put the twinks in charge. Hey, yeah, no twink erasure this year. None whatsoever. He's so funny. Love him. Love him. Okay, so wait, did y'all see? I have a question. I thought it was a joke when I saw that they were offering people free admission to a screening of Begonia, which is the latest Yorgos film with Emma Stone, that they were offering people free admission if you shaved your head. Apparently, it's real. Apparently, and then it was taking too long. Get this, it was taking too long to shave people's heads, so they just started giving people bald caps. Can you imagine being the last person with the shaved head and they're like, sorry, it's taking too long, so everybody else gets a bald cap? It's actually real. Ah! Oh my gosh. First of all, if you are bald, if you're a natural bald, this was your time to shine. But second of all, I'm sorry. Shaving your head for a free admission to a movie, that's crazy. That's wild. Couldn't be me.
How do you feel bad?
Am I not locked in enough? I guess not. And then here's a photo, and you can see like, maybe this isn't the picture. There was one picture where some people had bald caps on. Okay, some of these guys got to be natural bald. Some of these guys look like they're like, oh, bald, please. Say less. I don't know what did pre-balds get in free. I don't know if pre-balds got in free. I don't know if it was like a very specific, you had to shave your head. But that is really something. Would I go bald for some kind of special event? Y'all, no. No. I'm being so for real. And for something like this, no. Maybe if they were like, oh, we're doing V for Vendetta 2 and we want you, I'd be like, okay, great. Okay, I'll shave. If it is for a major film role, sure. What if it was to host the Oscars? If they were like, you have to shave your head to host the Oscars. To host. There's no event special enough that I would go bald. See, I'm kind of there. I'm kind of there with ya. It was a bald screening, not a shave screening. You could come bald or you had to shave there. Finally, like if I'm bald, I'm going, finally, something for us. Finally. But I don't get it. I don't know why. My unemployed friend went to the bald screening of Begonia last night, and now she's unemployed and bald. Oh no, now she's unemployed and bald. How about for 50 gifted subs? No. To get Will to go to China? No. Nopity nope. Did Emma actually shave her head for the film? Yes. Emma Stone did shave her head for the film. Okay, to be fair, I said no. I did not say yes. Thank you very much. What? Nope. But, wow, that's crazy. That is a lot of subs, but I think everybody heard me, and I said, let's rewind. I said, nope. You thought I said yes? Oh, I absolutely did not. Maybe a bald cap? Sure. If I had a bald cap, I'd throw the bald cap on. Can't rewind the VOD, so hard to say. I would put on a bald cap. There you go. You know what? I'll get a bald cap, and one of these streams I'll have a bald cap on my head for a stream. How about that? Okay. Charlize shaved her head. Yes, okay. Sure. Oh, you're going to put me in a Mad Max film? Great. I'll shave my head. Yorgo wants to put me in a role? Great. You want me to shave my head? Okay. If it's for like a major film, G.I. Jane remake, I'll shave my head. I would look horrible, to be clear. I would not be a sexy bald. I would not. It would not look good. I would not be looking like Demi. I would not be looking like Charlize. I would have a bald head and people would be like, oh, that's what she was talking about. How do you know? Only one way to find out. And by that, I mean, I can put on a bald cap so we can get an idea. You got a bumpy skull? No, I have a big head and I don't think I have the face shape to really pull off bald, to really pull off even shaved head. I feel like you would look like mini-me. Yeah, thank you. Somebody who understands what I'm saying. Somebody who gets it. We contour your face to the gods and then you go bald. Yeah, if I were to go bald, I would like every day have to do intense contouring to give myself the cheekbones that I would need to really slay in that look. Okay, so no, I'm not going bald. I need to talk to somebody. I need to talk to somebody who decided to shave their head for the Begonia screening. If you PSA or not PSA, if you are somebody who decided to shave their head for the Begonia film screening, I would love to talk to you. I need to know. Putting out an APB. I'm putting out an APB for somebody who went bald for the screening. So if we know anybody, I need to know. Maya did it for the animals. Yeah, and Maya said she would never do it again. She was like, absolutely not. Here's someone. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not sexy like that. I don't have that riz. I don't have that Stavi riz. Okay? Also, I see a little bit of hair. This is stolen valor. Sorry. This is not pure bald. It's not pure bald. You can see hair. Nami, thank you for the gifted. They low-key hate. You had to shave it there. Okay, Nandre. They wouldn't let me in because I was bald. Yes. So they, what? I thought they were. Wait, I thought it was like if you were bald, you could go. And if you weren't bald, then you had to go bald. I just really need some insight. I really need some insight from somebody who decided to shave it off. They didn't accept purebred balds. That feels like anti-bald bigotry. Okay, here's some more deets. Bald people at this screening.
Bald. In the movie, Emma Stone has her head shaved. So they're doing a special screening of it that is only for bald people. And for anyone who shows up and isn't bald, they have a barber here to shave their heads. Tell me about what brought you out here today.
A cultural and moral responsibility to attend all bald-related events.
I've been shaving my head for a long time. So I was like, well, I need a haircut.
I would love a free haircut in this economy.
What do you want people to know about the bald community?
We're just like you, just a little colder maybe. We're gaining so many more members today. You don't know how much your life is going to improve. Showering takes 2 seconds.
Excited to have 2-second showers.
Okay, well, I do hate long showers.
Give my friends a break from my bowl cut.
How do you think you'll feel if you don't like the movie?
I think I'll at least have a nice haircut.
I'm not really doing it for whether the movie's good or not. I'm just doing it because I love movies. I'm an actor.
Wait, but I love movies too.
I need some new headshots anyway.
This feels like committing to a bit. Hair is hair, like you'll either grow back or it won't.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not on board though. I'm not. It's not convincing me. Hair is hair. It either grows back or it won't.
Kind of a stigma now to like hide it with like a beanie or a hat. I know I got mine on, but that's just because I get cold. I think people need to just embrace.
Okay, that was funny. That guy goes, hide it with a hat or a beanie, and somebody points at me. He's like, well, that's because I'm cold.
I've been bald since I was 8.
This was not her choice.
Yeah.
She's hot. I think she regretted it. She looked in the mirror and went, what have I done? Oh no.
To see a girl actually shave her hair all off, it's super inspiring to like the bald community. If you're a girl, at least shave your hair once to see how truly vulnerable it is.
Major plot twist, they've stopped the haircuts and they're giving us bowl caps. I should be happy if I was ready to go full begonia. I think my wife will be happy.
She was okay with you shaving your head for this.
She was okay with me seeing a film for free. There was somebody talking about someone who shaved their head for like 20 grand for a commercial. I was like, I'm doing it for a movie ticket, like 3 days before the film comes out.
I'm at the Begonia screening that makes you bald. In the movie, Emma Stone has her.
I already have lowest self-esteem. I cannot go bald.
Parked, we're on our way. We saw a really long line of only bald people. In the right place. We're feeling really weird.
The whole thing is very odd. I don't know.
95% bald men in the line, so
there was one brave bald queen standing there by herself.
But yeah, stay tuned, guys.
This is insane. It's making me feel a little weird.
I don't know about this. Oh, we're getting in this door. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we just left. So we both went up to them, different people that worked there, putting on this event. And we're like, are you guys donating this hair anywhere? Because
well, we were like, what's the reason for doing this? And they were like, we just want to do like a different kind of a premiere.
A different kind of premiere.
Hello?
Like, hello? We asked, we're like, okay, are you guys, like, there's all this hair, are you guys donating it? Or is there like a foundation that's...
There's one guy who's like, oh, yeah, see, I volunteered to work this event if they promised to let me have all the hair. They said I could bring it all home. I'm not getting paid to be here, but they said I could have all the hair.
A part of this, like, and they were like, oh, yeah, wait,
they hadn't considered a single thing.
They're like, maybe we should.
No, it was all about the gag.
It was really weird. It would be one thing if it was like, oh, that we're donating this to wigs.
Okay, I have to tell y'all one time. Okay, so back when I was a kid, to be fair, most of them wouldn't be able to donate. If it's mostly guys with short hair, like I don't think you can donate that. So when I was a kid, I used to cut my hair about once a year, and my hair grew really fast, and so I would always cut off enough that it could be donated. And I entrusted it to like my parents to donate the hair. And one day I went in the basement and I found a bag, and if you didn't know, like out of context, it would have looked really very sus that there was just all these different ponytails because my parents thought the other one was going to take care of it. And so never did. So I came up into the kitchen with Miguel Jr.'s ancestors with this bag of hair. I was like, we are donating this right now. This is so gross and terrifying. And if anybody were to find this who didn't know that these are various ponytails of mine that I've cut off to donate, the hair was still fine. It was perfectly able to be donated. It did not expire. It did not expire. But I was just like, what are we doing here? How many bundles? There were probably like 3 or 4 because I would seriously cut my hair off at least like once a year. I'd usually go in once a year, chop probably 7 to 8 inches, and then it's just like you know how it has like the ponytail and then the ponytail holder on the end. So it just was that in a bag. Very much serial killer shit. Yeah. Yes. Terrifying. Would look like trophies. Mm-hmm. And then in the basement too, and in our old house when I was growing up, we had this really creepy basement, like murder basement. Straight up murder basement with the flickering lights, concrete floor, weird stains and smells. Absolutely a murder basement. And then in a drawer is where I found the plastic bag with hair. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Somebody opens a drawer in the murder basement and then pulls out a bag of hair. And the thing is because my hair as you get older, your hair changes. So even over the couple years, like the ponytails were different colored. So they looked like they could have come from different people. So we're talking serial killer. We're talking multiple dead little girls who they chopped off my parents chopped off their ponytail and kept the trophies. Did you have the classic movie furnace with pilot light? I don't remember. I just remember that I never wanted to be down there. But we also lived in a really old house. If I were someone who really believed in hauntings and stuff in places that were haunted, I would say that house was haunted. I'm still a skeptical person, but I do feel like that house had ghosts. All was not right with that house. Did any spooky shit happen? Well, one time I swear I heard my mom calling me from the murder basement, and I was like, oh, I thought my mom was gone. I was just walking through the house one day, and I swear I heard my name being called down the steps of the murder basement, and it sounded like my mom. How old was the house? The house was like 100. It was like 100 and something years old. And they also had secret rooms in the house where I think it was like 100, because I know I had heard some stories that like during slavery era, that maybe this is all fake too, but my understanding is during slavery, when slaves were making their way up north, that they like hid in the secret rooms in that house. Yeah, it was definitely built in the 1800s, and it was this old Victorian. It was this old Victorian house. And I remember like there was a fireplace on the 3rd floor, but it was a fake fireplace. And if you pulled it out, there was a little room. Do you mean the Underground Railroad? Maybe. Like I don't know if this is real or not. I don't actually know if this was like part of the Underground Railroad and escaped slaves would hide in this house. I swear those were some stories that I had heard growing up about this house. Who knows? Who knows if it's real? Probably not, but anyway, so the fireplace was fake. And there was like this little room behind it, like very much a room for hiding. And then my brother, his room was behind a bookcase. So you would pull the bookcase out and it was like this little Harry Potter ass room. So it was stuff like that. This was in LA. Oh, no. This was in Iowa. Sorry if I'm dumb, but are you married to Will Neff? Nope, just roommates. And then the creepy basement. Yeah. Honestly, not unlikely. Lots of old houses in states on the borders of the Union Confederacy have stuff like that. I'm going to believe it was true. And it would have made sense for that house because of all the secret rooms and because of how old it was and just kind of the overall vibe. I've always wanted a room hidden behind a bookcase. It was cool. I mean, I definitely spent a lot of time growing up, like playing hide and seek with my siblings in and around that house, and it kept us occupied. Did you sing to the ghosts? I didn't. Not back then. That came later. Doesn't surprise me because my dad, who's from Iowa, grew up in an 1800s home that was probably haunted. Yeah, another scary thing that happened in Iowa. So I lived in Iowa twice when I was growing up, and then I went to high school there. And in high school, we used to just drive out. We would get like fast food, bucket of fried chicken, and drive out to the cornfields and just hang out. That was it. Just eat fried chicken, drive out to the cornfields. And I was like, one day I'll get to New York. So one night, my two best friends and I had driven out into the middle of these cornfields. Like when I say in the middle of cornfields, I mean in the fucking middle of cornfields. And we were in this big field, and it was a big circular dirt field, and then it was surrounded by corn. And I want to say circumference of like 150 feet. So long. Okay. And we're sitting there and we're just listening to like, I don't know, probably Spring Awakening or something, eating chicken. And suddenly we hear this banging on the car. We're like, ah! And quickly we look around. We quickly look around, and I also got out of the car because, you know, when they do that in horror movies and you're like, why would you do that? Why would you get out of the car? I definitely did that. Or diameter. Yeah. I get out of the car. And the reason this is important is because I didn't see anybody. And there is no way that somebody, if they had come up to scare us because of how big this dirt field was, there's no way that like they could have gotten away in time. Not even Usain Bolt can sprint that fast. And so we were like, what the hell? What was that? Was it an animal? Did you look under the car? I don't remember looking under the car. Maybe it was someone under the car. But my friends and I, we were all looking. I don't remember looking.Maybe one of them did. But the creepiest thing, we're like, did we imagine it? Like maybe we made it up. On the back window of my friend's car were two, so her there was like dust on the back. There were two palm, whatever this is called, you know, prints like this, like somebody went like that. Because we could see the outline of two hands where very clearly somebody had hit the car. So we knew that we didn't imagine it. Also, all three of us had heard it. And like never found out what happened. Never. Isn't that terrifying? Isn't that scary? So yeah. There's just a couple spooky stories for Halloween. And a note that said Bigfoot was here. Bigfoot was here. Yeah. So I've definitely had a couple things happen in my years of being alive that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain that. So it just kind of is what it is. Okay, let's talk about this drama. Let's talk about this drama. Okay, so Somber, this guy who, if you were watching my VMAs recap with me, he had a performance. I was like, who is this guy? Kind of seems like one of those guys you would say is an industry plant. Seems to be popping up all over the place. I think he just became like big on TikTok. He's very tall, very skinny. Very tall, very skinny. So what happened was somebody went to his concert. This woman went to his concert and called it one of the worst experiences of her life. And it would have been fine. Okay. So you look, like, this is how it goes. People have the internet. They go experience something. They take to the internet to give their thoughts. And that's it. That's all. Except he responded. He responded. And in my opinion, made it worse and made it a bigger deal that would have been. So let's start off by watching her video.
First 2 minutes he's on stage, he makes a 6'7" joke. I'm not even kidding you. And all the tweens.
Okay, I do know what 6'7" is now. I know what 6'7" is now.
I've never had such immediate buyer's remorse in my life. Like, I left early. I didn't even hear my favorite music. He proceeds to make a bunch of niche meme references for like the 12 to 16-year-old age range group. And
I have to say too, I do think this is an indication that there seems to be this generation of very online celebrities who, if you're not that and you show up, you might be getting references that you have no idea what the hell they are. You have no idea what it is. It's like, honestly, I think this is kind of funny. I think it's kind of funny because it's like, yeah, I think if you go to a 20-year-old's concert, especially one who's like very online, who blew up on TikTok, you're going to get shit like that.
I understand them because I'm chronically online. But
I like
every
that
other
she's
adult in
like,
the room, including my boyfriend, is like, why is he speaking in tongue? Like, what is he saying right now?
Y'all don't even worry about 6'7". It's not even. It's just something. It's something that has taken off on the. It's a very brain rotted internet thing, that is a meme now, and people were like, if there's an awkward situation, you go 6'7". There's no meaning. It's not this deep meaning. Don't even try to understand. It's
ridiculous
meaningless
to hear out loud. Like, it was like brain rot on stage. 30 minutes in, he cuts all the music and he's like, we're now gonna have the somber dating show. Raise your hand and come on up on stage if you want to call your toxic ex. Make sure it's toxic and make sure there's somebody who's gonna pick up. Again, all the tweens. We then proceeded to watch 3 tweens go on stage and call their ex. And then Somber's on the mic like, clock it, bro. Oh, chill out, bro. I've never had such second-hand embarrassment for someone. He would make like super niche references to like 13-year-olds, but then he would also say like super vulgar stuff about like getting his dick sucked.
Okay, see, I do think this is the problem. Like, you want to be cringe. You want to be clearly very TikTok brained. It's not going to be for me, but whatever. I think this part is what's weird. The fact that he does have a tween audience and he's saying things like that, and he's saying things like bark for me and like calling himself daddy and just shit that it's like, okay, that's really weird,
like,
dude.
So you know your audience.
And you are young, but you're still 20. And you still have a lot of people in your audience who are actually kids. Like, actually kids.
Audience is clearly 13, yet here you are. Okay. There was a moment in between songs where he literally just randomly went, bark for me. And you hear the arena of 13, 14, 15-year-old girls start barking.
Yeah, that's weird.
And then immediately followed up with, yeah, I'm daddy. That. And he wasn't even a good performer. Genuinely, it sounded bad. Like, he said he had bronchitis. It seemed like that wasn't the only issue going on. Then I get on TikTok and I'm seeing all these kids posting these videos. Oh my God, this must be how my mom felt. This is my generation's David Bowie. I saw a TikTok.
Okay, that's crazy. Okay, kids, no. Ain't no way. No, I gotta stop you there. I know you're young. I know you are still learning about artists and the greats who are no longer here. I have to tell you, objectively, Somber from TikTok is not your generation's David Bowie.
From the Anthem DC, the show I was at, where girls like recording it, and it's like, the kids are gonna be all right. No, cut that. Absolutely never in my life have I felt so much rage. Not even during it. Like, I felt rage during it, but seeing the aftermath on TikTok and seeing it be like, he's the hottest. You guys need better role models. You guys need better sex symbols. I'm so sorry. Slender Man, we're picking him. We're picking the weird dancing dude. I will insert the clip. He dances like Napoleon Dynamite.
Okay. Gen
What?
Z is trying to cancel Eminem.
Gen Z's trying to what? Cancel Eminem. Gen Z's trying to cancel Eminem? Honey, that's cute. What?
No. Okay, I did not agree with this when it came out. Okay, I did not agree with the whole Gen Z's trying to cancel Eminem. I will say that even if there's one person who's like, somber is our generation's David Bowie, I do need to correct that. Even if it's one person, I'm not going to pretend that like all the kids are out here being like, somber is David Bowie. But the way you said it, it was so, look, I think, okay, let me just be clear. Let me be clear. I don't think the kids think somber is their generation's David Bowie. But I will say that even if there's one person, I want to speak to them. I just want to speak to that person and be like, this is just simply not true. It's simply not. It's simply not. Okay, anyway. Okay, so that was her video. I think it's pretty funny. I think she makes some good points. Could have left it at that, right? It's just somebody who went on TikTok and basically went, what the fuck is this? Why is this guy so popular? I don't get it. I don't understand. Okay. He responds. So you know how I talk all the time about how I think a problem with modern day celebs, especially ones who are coming up, is that they are too online. They're too in the trenches with us. I've said this about Charlie. I've said this about a lot of celebrities who it's like, no. You can be online. You can't be online like this. Okay. He could not resist. He couldn't. It's like Selena Gomez and Insta comments. Exactly. It makes you less cool just by responding to something like this. And then here's what he says.
I was chronically online, but it's just come to my attention that there's a TikTok drama going around because a 25-year-old attended my concert.
Okay, I feel like he hit that 25 derogatory. And I just want to say, as a 33-year-old, I don't appreciate that. Okay? All right? I just want to say, him hitting that 25, he put that stink on it. Okay? It's giving like when these little phase boys are like, my mom's your age. I'm like, oh, really? Your mother was 12 when she had you? Your mother was a child mother? Was a child mother?
And was basically complaining that there were too many tweens there. I was making too many brain rot jokes, and she just thought it was a cringe concert. And also she was body shaming me, and it's kind of started a massive body shaming hate train directed towards me on a lot of videos of me on the internet right now, which is, I totally respect people having opinions, but I am a 20-year-old artist, freshly 20. And if you're 25 years old and you're going to come to my concert and not expect...
Okay, he hit the 25 again. He hit the 25 again after he's like, you just body shamed me and I'm freshly 20.
People younger than you to be there when I, the artist, am 5 years younger than you. It's just a skill issue. I mean, also like...
What is that? What do you mean skill issue? What do you mean skill issue? He's like, listen, you're an old crusty bitch and I'm a fresh 20-year-old and I'll be a fresh 20-year-old forever. while you just get crustier and older. Olivia Rodrigo is barely older than him. No one's complaining about her. It gets
jokes
worse.
Thing, like, you had to have known about my online presence before coming to my concert. I mean,
No. See, okay, and this is what I have a problem with. So somebody like Somber, who is super online, okay, he came up on TikTok. He is operating not like a genuine musical artist. He's like, you should know my online presence. Why? Hold on a second. Why? What do you mean? Why should people? Why are we assuming people would? What is your online presence? And also, that doesn't negate that your online presence is cringe, which is what she was saying. She was like, this was embarrassing and cringe.
Anyone who knows me knows I've never uttered a serious word in my life. And also, I make jokes for 5 minutes of the concert and the rest is music. Like, live a little, enjoy life. Every age, sex, sexuality, gender, race, everyone is welcome at my concert, and I mean everyone.
What does that have to do? Well, except for if you're 25. If you are older than freshly 20, you're not welcome. Every age unless you're 25. Why did he specify every sex, sexuality, like, what does that have to do with what she was talking about?
You guys need to find problematic people to hate on because I am just existing. Also, I'm just going to give a quick tutorial. Also, I just remembered that I had a fever and bronchitis at the show she went to, but the show goes on. I will not cancel unless I'm on my deathbed.
So, do you see what I mean?
Hi guys, welcome back.
Do you see what I mean by, like, just don't respond, dude? Because you did not help yourself. And in fact, I notice how you didn't really address, you just kept being like, my online presence, I make jokes, everyone is allowed at my concerts. You didn't address the fact that she was like, I think it's fucking weird that he has a lot of tweens in his audience and he's saying things like bark for me and calling himself daddy. They always focus on one detail. I know. And it's like, you can't be like, I'm a child when you're 20 and your audience is 12. Being hyper online as a celebrity is super cringe. This is what I mean. Like, the era where celebrities were responding to each other, that was iconic. Okay. When you had Rihanna, like, talking shit, Lady Gaga talking shit on Twitter, you know, that era of Twitter, hilarious. But this, where you are like, when you're a celebrity and you're responding to someone who maybe her TikTok popped off, maybe it didn't. And like, there's a lot of instances where you see people respond, like a Selena Gomez, where it's like, why are you responding to someone in a random ass Instagram post on a comment that has like no likes? And I think too, you just come across as more of a content creator. This is kind of content creator vibes versus being like a big artist. Can we not say freshly 20 anymore? It makes me physically cringe, to be honest, a little nauseous. Well, those were his own words. And this is what I mean by he did not do himself. He did not do himself any favors in this clapback video. And he just comes across as an obnoxious little prick.
Well, I would love to be relaxing, enjoying my Sunday evening, but alas, I find myself back here. I was state visiting family this weekend. I was slumbering so peacefully last night. Usually I'll sleep all the way through the night, wake up at like 8:30, right? Something jolted me from my sleep at the ripe hour of 6 a.m. Call it intuition. I felt a disturbance in the force. I check my phone and I have a plethora of notifications like, Queen, wake up, he posted about you. Hey, that's amazing. buddy, Shane. Can I call you Shane? I feel like we know each other so well now. You need a new PR team like yesterday. I don't even know if you have a PR team, but if you do, fire them. And if you don't, hire one. Because what a dumb play. This guy made a response video, essentially calling me geriatric for being 25 and addressing none of the points I actually said in my video. I just know your team was scraping the bottom of the barrel to find something to come at me for. And we landed on body shaming. The body shaming in the room with us. You would have thought by watching that I put out a 10-minute diss about how he looks. Like, holy victim. My 9-minute long video, 9 minutes, only once do I even allude to anything about his looks. And I say he looks like Slender Man and Napoleon Dynamite when he's dancing. Sorry! Dare I say he tried to out-woke me? I don't know. I posted a video saying he's weird.
Okay, and here's the thing. She's funny as fuck, but also she's just a person on the internet. So like already she's winning because by him commenting back that video, like making that video and then doing the like touch grass and being like, I guess you don't know my online presence. In my opinion, if you want to be seen seriously as an artist and separate yourself from just being another person on the internet, then you can't be doing those things because you came up in TikTok, but now you've gone mainstream. You performed at the VMAs. You're going on tour. You're growing in your celebrity. And so I am just looking at this from a how to break away. Like Addison Rae, for instance. Okay. Addison Rae did a total rebrand because she obviously made her name in TikTok, was like, I'm tired of not being taken seriously. I want to be a pop star. I want to be a pop star. And so I am completely rebranding so that I can be viewed in a new light.
He shouldn't act like that in front of his tween audience. And he posted a video saying, I have a tween audience and also you body shamed me. Aren't you trying to get me canceled? He even said something, and you can tell it was an afterthought because his phone was like propped up at a different angle, so he thought about it after he filmed it. But he was like, any age, sexuality, gender, or race is welcome at my show. Okay.
And I'm also, and it's like, yeah, I think the main problem too is that he didn't actually address what I think is the valid point she brought up, which is, why are you telling a very young audience to bark for you and then calling yourself daddy and these things that really are not appropriate?
Talking about that, what? Anything to avoid being a creep, huh? Starts out the video going, I thought I was chronically online, but apparently there's this drama. Immediately I knew it was going to be some bullshit, because why are we acting like your management hasn't been deleting comments all week? And I was openly beefing with your opener all week, but you're just finding out about it now, right? He then proceeds to call me essentially geriatric at the age of 25, but then also says he's essentially just a little teenage boy because he's fleshly 20. He turned 24 months ago. Bro's acting like his birthday was last week. So is your management 20? Are they 20? Why are they letting you talk like this? And proceeds to say my main complaint is that there were tweens in the audience and that I should have expected younger crowds because that's his crowd. Ooh. Oh, let's pause. You know your crowd is young teens.
Yeah, see?
Why are we talking about getting our dicks sucked? We'll circle back to that one. Continues on to say I need to touch grass and then touches AstroTurf, plastic grass. I don't know what that was. But
right. It's like, look, there's no problem if you have a young audience, okay? If you're like an artist and your music is appealing to 12-year-olds, like that's who a lot of your crowd is going to be. But the problem is when you're doing this shit, when you're saying this stuff to 12-year-olds.
From nature. Definitely didn't address the death threats I got.
Like he's weird.
And at the end, kind of alludes to the fact that he had a bad performance because he's like, I had fever and bronchitis at that show she was at. Babe, I know. Maybe that's part of why it sucked. I don't know. Posting a response video and not responding to anything that was addressed may be a skill. I don't know. It's like a little impressive, but it's also backfired and your fan base is more mad at you now. Not even from my doing. This is all you, King. I want to know, like personally, I'm curious. What was the straw that broke the camel's back? Why did your team feel like you had to put out a video? Were ticket sales declining? Were people selling their tickets? Was everyone online calling you a creep and a weirdo? Was it all the above? Ding, 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 ding.
I don't know what it was, but I can tell you what it wasn't. It wasn't body shaming. Only place in the whole World Wide Web that thinks the issue is body shaming is his comment section. And that's because his management team has made that abundantly clear. I'll humor you for a sec.
Wait,
if the main issue here is body shaming, then why anytime someone comments about you talking to minors the way you do in your comment section doesn't get immediately deleted? Management's on top of that one, huh? Humor me one more. If you know
She kind of reminds you of Peach.
your audience is young teens,
She
you
does
admit
this.
that, and you say, I need to expect that when I go to a concert. Why are we grabbing our dick on stage? Why are we thrusting? Mark for me, yeah, I'm daddy, good girl. Oh, to children. In theory, sending your 4 million followers to my page under the assumption that I'm bullying you would work if they couldn't watch my video. The amount of comments I've gotten that are like, came here from his video, was expecting to see a hateful video, but I agree with you actually, and I don't like him anymore. You did that to yourself. You shot yourself in the foot. Listen, you don't gotta answer me, okay? I'm clearly not a fan anymore. That ship has sailed, but you do have a large audience right now that's wondering why you won't address the elephant in the room. And I think putting out a video, this is where the PR team being whack comes in, putting out a video that addresses everything but what people are upset about only makes you look guilty. I mean, you could have just ignored it and people would have written me off as an old hag that had a bad time at a concert and it would have been good. You took the time, you propped up your phone, you put out a video,
said.
And you didn't even address what people are upset about? I say his video proved my point too. All I said was you should expect young crowds and brain rot humor, and his video was like, I have young fans and I'm 20, so I have brain rot humor. Yeah, we're agreeing. Where I lose you is when you talk about getting your dick sucked. Anywho, if you want me to send your team a note sheet about what your response should have looked like, I'll gladly do that. I think you really need the help. If you want to talk about a skill issue, that's a big one. We need to fix it soon. Work on your ego. You know, it doesn't give edgy vibes. It gives like insecure and entitled. It's not cute. It's not a good look. And the fake fan videos from your management company, lose those. Get rid of those. Those are knocking you down bad. Answer to your fans and be authentic, because that last one was
Maybe he should.
Bye guys, have a good night.
Maybe he should hire her as his management. But so what she was saying, where it's like you could have just totally ignored. You could have ignored me. Like you didn't need to respond. And I think this is a true thing where a lot of times people think they will somehow win by responding, but you have to take into consideration like who you are in the situation. So somebody who is blowing up as a more mainstream pop artist, you are not going to have the advantage in responding to someone's video that was like, this concert sucked, I had a terrible time. This was the same guy who was supposed to open for Luke Hemmings of Five Sauce, then got mad when Luke Hemmings canceled the tour after his good friend Liam Payne died. Oh. Sadly, Luke Hemmings has had to cancel his tour, so I won't be seeing you in November. Everyone will automatically get a full refund on tickets. My heart is broken over this. I'm working on scheduling some new dates so I can see you all very soon. Thank you for always supporting me, and please know this was completely beyond my control. I would be playing these shows if it was up to me, but it wasn't my call. New music soon. I love you. You saved me. Somber. And the other thing too is I think he responded to her because he assumes, well, I have fans. I'm way more famous than this person. So I, by responding, can activate my fans to be on my side, and then therefore I come out as the winner.
Little bitch.
Yeah, he seems like a weirdo.
Right now. Good girl and boy. Wait for the artist to come on and be a parent. Well, I haven't been a parent. I'm still daddy though, but I know it.
The vibes are in hell.
Will show like a little bitch. But I'm never gonna cancel a show like a little bitch.
Yeah, he's just kind of a jerk too. I'm not gonna cancel this show like a little bitch. Oh, sir. It seems like the entire show is designed to be clipped into a TikTok, which is also a thing these days where it's like, oh, everything is clip farming. It's all for short form content to go viral on the internet. And so you have artists who focus really on that aspect of their performances, of their shows. Everything is computer. Everything is computer. You know, and I think that's also a bad sign of the times, where when somebody has derived their fame from the internet, even just like, okay, I guess that's the way things are now, that I need to farm clips that then go viral. And then people are like, who is this? The clipification of music and performances ruining live shows. Yeah, and that's why you use internet slang. That's why you say like 6'7", because people clip that and then it pops off on it pops off on the internet because it's a trend, because it's a meme, and it's like, oh, Somber said 6'7". It's also ruining music. There's a reason that songs are shorter and don't have bridges. Yeah, I mean, I think it's affecting the I do. I think it's affecting the industry all around. Please explain 6'7". Y'all, it's not, it's like if it's from a song. It's from a Skrilla song. It became popular in like TikTok edits, and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It really is brain rot. It is. I know we call a lot of things brain rot. It is brain rot. So like, it's not even something that I am going to try to explain, because there's nothing to explain. And if you don't know what it is, that's actually good. It's actually good if you don't know what it is. I think it's an indication that there's a part of your brain that's still preserved, okay? So, no, I can't. Like, oh, God. Skeletor, thank you for the 34 months. CC, thank you for the gifted.
I woke up this morning. What time? Around 6, 7.
Apparently, too, kids just keep saying this in classrooms, and teachers are like going insane.
Hey, Annie, ladies.
Rambling, thank you for the prime. Lucy, thank you for the prime. Hoga, thank you for the gifted.
But I got stuck on problem 6 and 7. 6, 7. Hey, Eric.
I know, Butters, I know. Don't do it to me. It's too funny.
But I just did a 6, 7 with Annie and Megan at the same time.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago, I snuck up on Wendy and totally 6-7'd her from behind.
Wow.
Hey, Scott, how's your diabetes, man?
But I said, is 6 afraid of 7 because 7 8 9?
My diabetes?
Yeah, what's...
Hassan is propagandist. Okay, cool. Go in his chat, please. Please. Once again, please, if you hate Hassan Piker, go bother him in his chat. When he's live every single day. He's live every single day for hours a day. Please go over there. I don't care. I don't care what you think of Hassan. I don't care if you like Hassan. I don't give a shit. Go over there and tell him you don't like him.
What's your A1C at?
6.7. 6, 7.
Oh my God.
So do you see what I mean? There's no meaning to it. There's no meaning.
All right, everyone, listen up. I've gotten a lot of reports of disruptions in the classroom and some satanic numerology shit going on. So I want to remind you, this is a Power Christian school, and I am a Power Christian principal, and we will be PC. So now I want you to hear from someone who is the highest authority on biblical prophecies. This person is an absolute expert on the end of days and the coming of the Antichrist. Please welcome Mr. Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel knows about the Antichrist. Peter Thiel knows about the Antichrist.
I'm Peter Thiel and I know about the Antichrist.
Let's learn about the Antichrist today.
Hello, kids. I'm Peter
This skit is not even hyperbole. This is literally how the classes are.
Thiel, and I'm here to talk to you about the Antichrist. Okay, so first, what is the Antichrist? The Antichrist is a newer, more human form of Satan that will soon walk the earth. We don't know how soon it will walk the earth, but it could be within the next 6 to 7 weeks. Okay.
Apparently, teachers are like going insane because kids are just chanting 6-7.
See, Satan was a fallen angel, and God punished him. And to make sure Satan could never have offspring, the Lord God did shrink Satan's asshole to the size of a tiny little pinhole, so nothing could ever penetrate and ejaculate inside of it. So Satan could never have a butt baby until along came Mr. Donald Trump, whose penis is so teeny tiny it could actually fit in Satan's asshole. How small is Donald Trump's penis? Somewhere between 6 and 7 centimeters. Hey, look, this is very important, people, okay? The Antichrist is coming. The Bible refers to the eagle, which refers to America, the fourth seal broken and hell coming to earth. It's right here in Revelation 6, 7.
There's gonna be a new moral panic around 6-7. I know teachers who use it as a call and response to quiet kids down. Yeah, it used to be 1, 2, 3 eyes on me, 1, 2 eyes on you, and now they just go 6-7, 6-7. A reporter trying to do her job around 6-7 kids.
You can definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking, the offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seem really characteristic with.
Okay, honestly, if this is your child, if this is your son, come get your son.
But definitely seeing a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different. And we'll see how.
Here's the thing, too. It's one thing if it's like elementary school kids going 6-7, 6-7. That is not an elementary school child.
It goes through the second half of this game.
That's a call. I'm assuming college student because this is college state something. They have beer. They have beer. They're drunk. Look at her. She's like.
No, we're lost. Stop. 22 years old, by the way.
Oh. She's crying, man. Ah! What is wrong with these young men? 22 years old, and she's trying to do her job and she's trying to report, and these fucking asswipes are just screaming behind her. No consideration whatsoever that this harassing behavior is not cool. Like, okay, you know what? I'm sorry. Back in my day, these types of punk asses would get their asses beat, okay? Back in my day. I'm not condoning, but seriously, this is absurd. This is absurd. Like, she should be allowed to turn around and just knock him across the face. Honestly, with them not stopping, with them bringing her to tears because she can't, because they're just screaming behind her like that. What is missing in society is the fear of being punched. I mean, look, I say this too with Nazis. Nazis are way too comfortable. They're way too comfortable in the society these days. What happened to Nazis getting their asses kicked? What happened to like punch a Nazi? And now you got Nazis running around. Way too comfortable. Back in my day, so like 6-7 years ago, back in my day. Ugh. This poor woman. Oh my God. Oh my God. I would just be the fact that she still kept her composure and didn't say anything. Honestly, I would have turned around and been like, "Shut the fuck up." Oh my God. Yeah, I feel bad for her. I do. I do. Be more like your grandma's, chat. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Back in the day, look. This the shit. Exactly. Oh, poor reporter. Poor reporter. Just trying to do her job. Yeah, rare picture of me before I started streaming. Rare picture of me. I'm the kind of person to turn around and ask, do you think this is acceptable behavior? Like I'm their mom or something? This is literally how he wrecked some random guy tossing water at me in the street. Seriously, it's like, do you think this is okay? Why do you think this is okay? Why are you like this? How were you raised? Who raised you? Why are you like this? You are an adult. You are annoying as shit. It's no manners. I mean, I do think, and I don't know how to say this without, without being like a conservative of back in my day, we had manners. But there is this just fucking, this rudeness. I feel this rudeness that people have no qualms. They have no qualms of the lack of basic decency, you know? And it's one thing when this is like online type of behavior, but this is not just online. Like there really does seem to be this increasing lack of any type of decency. And that's why I just keep going, what is happening? What is going on? I do worry. I do. I worry. My son has recognized it as well, and he's 8. Yeah, would you have actual children being like, what's going on? Why is everybody such a fucking asshole? Oh my God. And online is life. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's like, okay, 6-7, something that is very much a chronically online thing where it pops off on a platform like TikTok. Even if you're online, you might not know what it is. And yet seeing that bleed into the real world of these 22-year-old guys screaming as a reporter is trying to do her job, screaming this thing that is coming from the internet. Oh my God. I would lose my temper. I mean, me too. Oh, Lord. Lord. Lordy, Lordy. It is just too much. Okay. I did
It's
want
just come to my attention
No,
that there's
stop.
a tick.
I don't want to hear you anymore. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you, somber. Have I seen the story about the NFL play? I saw a little bit of it. I haven't I haven't fully read into it though, but it does seem strange. It does seem something. I don't know if I'm going to cover it right now, but I do need to look into that. I remember being embarrassed to admit in public that I used Reddit, and these kids are just vomiting memes out loud in real life like it's nothing. Well, okay. Do you remember too? Was it the guy who shot up the ICE facility and killed the immigrant detainees? Wasn't it the interview, or wasn't it the piece that Ken Clips wrote where his friends were like, yeah, we kind of stopped being friends with him because he just was getting, frankly, he was just getting more and more annoying. He was like trying to speak to us in Reddit and 4chan memes. Like it was not just something he would like post on the internet. He was like, it was actively a part of his day-to-day life, and how that was just anytime we would talk to him, he was like speaking in these fucking memes. Yes, like the brain rot that he had picked up from the internet, then translating to his real life. And people being like, that's really annoying and weird, and and it's not normal, and I'm like not into that. The Christchurch shooter said subscribe to PewDiePie. Shit's weird. Oh God, I forgot about that. My God. I used to be a lifeguard and a kid called me a loser, so I embarrassed the shit out of him in front of everyone for being mean. Fuck that kid. You're like, you know what? If you're drowning, you'll be wanting me to save you. And we'll see. I worked at Disney World, by the way. Be like, hopefully you can swim. Hopefully. Fuck them kids. You really want to be talking shit to the person who's in the life-saving role here? It's not even just antisocial, it's socially repellent. Yeah, I think that's true. It is socially repellent. People don't they don't like it. Savaz, thank you for the 22 months. Spicy Dish, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, so let's look at this freaking. And then it's like you have politicians using AI generated ads. Like Cuomo cannot stop using AI. And apparently this was an ad depicting criminals for Zohran Mamdani. So if you're not in the know, Zohran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa are running to be the next mayor of New York City. Okay, so the second and final debate was tonight, and the election is November 4th. So in 2 weeks. So it's been heating up in New York. Right now, Zohran Mamdani has been in the lead, has maintained a double-digit lead in the mayoral race. He is polling at like 43%. And so Cuomo is getting more and more desperate, and he already lost the Democratic primary. So if you're like, wait a sec, didn't we already go through this? Yeah. In the primary race earlier this year, Cuomo lost horribly to Zohran Mamdani, who has only been picking up even more steam. And so this apparently is the strategy here. So they deleted this, but not before they had posted it and people saw it and went, what the fuck?
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters think?
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm dying laughing at this grandma who's not looking at the road. Where she just running over everybody. And she just killed like 20 people. She's like, oh, Zohran Mamdani.
But that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense, such as
Decriminalizing misdemeanors, like shoplifting.
Of course, Akafia. Of course.
Third-degree assault.
This is so gross. Like, honestly, oh my God, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? You are AI generating a domestic abuser? You are AI generating just racist ads that are also so bad. That's the other thing about it. Okay. Some AI has gotten really good. Okay. Some AI has gotten really good. I will admit it. The AI that Cuomo consistently, that his campaign posts, is so egregiously bad. It is so bad.
Passing. Prostitution.
And drunk driving.
With plans to decriminalize all drugs, Mamdani will be a job creator for drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need, he wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway carts.
These are actual policies Mamdani and the DSA want to implement on day one.
When a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, kumbaya.
I'm sorry. It's also so rich for Andrew Cuomo, who, may I remind you, was credibly accused by 13 women of sexual harassment, and he retaliated against at least 4 of them, getting them fired, like making their lives hell. So who the fuck does he and his campaign think he is, talking at all? I mean, obviously AI generating, but trying to speak on abuse. Who's his campaign manager? His campaign manager is Greg Goldner. Greg Goldner, who I guess has worked for like Rahm Emanuel. He's been a Democratic operative for decades. But I'm pretty sure his social media team, I think he has just like some right-wing Zoomer kids who are like, yeah, you should say fuck Hassan Piker. Like, that has to be where that's coming from.
The situation.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences.
Guilty!
But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Woo-hoo!
Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%?
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the Intifada.
I'm a criminal.
Globalize the Intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
Yep. I'm a criminal.
Yep.
For Zohran. For Zohran Mamdani.
I
didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
What a stupid ass. What a stupid ass. No, Nandre, I saw this. My guess was that it was Malala. Or sorry, my guess was that it was Hillary Clinton, but it was Malala. Related. In the audience tonight is Charlotte Bennett, one of the 13 women that Andrew Cuomo is credibly alleged to have sexually harassed while they worked in his government. She can't speak for herself because Cuomo's lawyers have hounded her, so I confronted him.
2021, 13 different
This
women
part
who
was
worked
really
in your
good.
administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political.
Also, I just want to say that we should be clocking every single person who has announced that they've backed Cuomo, that they voted for Cuomo, from Democratic politicians to Amy Schumer, all these people, because what they're saying is they would rather have a serial sexual harasser like Andrew Cuomo than they would have a Muslim as their mayor. That's what it is. Okay, let's be so for real. The racism that has been at play this entire race, this entire mayoral race is a major factor here. So it is yes, also because he's the most prominent anti-Israel voice in the race, but that is how pervasive Islamophobia is, truly. That there are people who truly are like, no, I don't think so. A Muslim? A Muslim? No. I would rather have a serial sexual harasser like Andrew Cuomo, not to mention how fucking bad Andrew Cuomo was as governor. Like, all that aside.
You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women.
Does Caroline eat babies? You need to take a timeout. Okay. That's not a normal thing to say. That's very strange. So take a timeout.
One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature.
Wait, this is such a perfect tweet. Every NYC mayoral debate is like, Cuomo, I am not rapist. I am Italian. Zoran, I'm running in New York City, not Tel Aviv. Curtis Sliwa, 5 people tried to kill me on my way here. Fuck you. I have to say, watching the debate, Curtis, every time he speaks, I just start laughing because he's such a character. He's such a character, and I hate Andrew Cuomo more than I hate Sliwa. But when he was talking, he's like, this is personal to me. This is personal to me. My son almost died. Like, just always yelling and so New York. Just so loud in New York. He's comedic relief, I fear. I know. I swear every time he was talking, it was either about like people tried to kill his son, people tried to kill him. 5 people tried to kill me on my way here. Fuck you. Do you hate Curtis? No, I like him more than Andrew Cuomo, that's for sure. Now, I will say, I do hope Curtis stays in the race all the way, because if he were to drop out, that would only be good for Cuomo and not for Zoran, and it would make the race a lot closer. But according to Curtis, he says, "I'm not dropping out." He just really wants to lock up kids. It's like he really wants the jails to be filled with the kids. It's not even the kids yearn for the mines. The kids yearn for Curtis to lock them up in prison. I know his favorite venue is the Chainsmokers. Yeah. So my thoughts on the mayoral debate. I mean, honestly, about the same as last time. I think Zoran I think he's so on it. He's so polished. It's absurd, the just constant trying to hit him on being anti-Semitic. It's so frustrating and absurd. And I do think a lot of people are exhausted by it. I think New Yorkers see it and they're so exhausted by it. And they're like, we want to talk about the city. We want to talk about like the actual policies here for the city. We're tired. This is like more as they hone in on it more and more. And it's because that's the thing that Cuomo has. You know that in his debate prep and the when they bring up like attack points, it's just over and over again, just basically emphasize the fact that he's Muslim without outright saying it, but kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, remind people that he's Muslim. Just hit the racist button over and over again. Mr. Sliwa, what is the solution to crime? Yeah. He's just beat the shit out of people. That's how we do it. Okay,
because we, my friends, are going to win the city we deserve.
Yo, Black, it's time. Word.
And it's going to be one we can afford.
Alright, begin.
Yeah. One where we can dream again.
Of rap, where fake niggas don't make it back.
And for that, I must say,
I don't know how to start this shit. Yo.
Thank you.
Rappers are monkey flipping with the funky rhythm I be kicking. Musician, inflicting composition of pain. I'm like Scarface, sniffing cocaine, holding the M16. See with the pen, I'm extreme. Now, bullet holes left in my peak holes. I'm suited up with street clothes. Hand me a 9 and out the beat flows. Y'all know my stilo, with or without the airplay. I keep some E and J, sitting bent up in the stairway, or either on the corner betting grants with the CeeLo champs, laughing at bass heads, trying to sell some broken amps. G-Packs get off quick forever, niggas talk shit, reminiscing about the last time the task force flipped.
Because we, my friends, are going to win.
Yeah, so I have still very high hopes that he wins the election. And I mean, it's just, I get it too. I get it too that some of Zoran's answers are frustrating and just what the conversation always turns into of like keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe, blah, blah. But I also am well aware of the fact that he is running to be the first Muslim mayor of New York. Islamophobia is like as common as breathing. Okay. So he has to deal with shit in ways that most of us never will have to. And unfortunately, he just has to. He did fight back. You know, there were times that he would fight back and push back. But I understand that just his position, even if I guess it's like, and I understand even if I don't fully agree with the way that they have kind of changed some of his answers and the focus on what he emphasizes now versus what he was doing before. He is still so far and away the best choice for mayor. It's not even close. He's a brown Muslim man in New York City. He used to walk a fine line, so I forgive him more. I'll still hold him to account if he does fuck shit policy. Absolutely. Totally. Did you see Michael Rappaport? What's that loser up to? Trying to cancel Zoran for taking his wife out. Talk about someone who like so clearly has nothing else in his life other than trying to be the most obnoxious pro-Israel defender. How's a so-called working class mayoral candidate like Zoran Mamdani eating at Omen Sushi tonight? One of the priciest joints in New York City. It's also funny too when you have Cuomo, who is a multi-millionaire Nepo baby who doesn't take public transportation, doesn't have to worry about... hasn't had to worry about bills in a long time. And they're always trying to hit Zoran on his rent. They're like, oh yeah, how much is your rent? Oh yeah? Have you ever taken public transportation, you liar? This clown lives in a rent-stabilized apartment in Queens, but dines like a diplomat on a Qatar-funded per diem. Who's paying for that Toro? Zoran the moron. Wow, good one, Michael. You know what I always think of? I always think of the scene in Deep Blue Sea where Michael Rappaport gets cartoonishly ripped apart by those big-ass sharks. That scene just plays on repeat in my head. You ain't working class. You're fraud class. Yeah, socialism is when no nice dinner ever. Socialism is when no sushi. Somebody call. I don't get it. It's cheaper than Malibu Nobu where you ate last year without your wife. Oh, are you sad because you don't have a lovely wife? Is that what this is really all about? Taking your socialism is when you and your wife never go out to dinner. His best role is still getting killed by an irradiated bear in Fallout, and Maximus letting him die because he's such a piece of shit. Yeah. Oh, I know Amy Schumer voted for Cuomo. Yeah, so this is what I mean by all these people have made very clear that they would rather support a serial sexual harasser like Andrew Cuomo than to vote for the brown guy in the race who's like, hey, we're going to stabilize rent and we're going to make, we're going to make buses free for people. And they're like, and then also someone who's like, Palestinians are human beings. The Feminist magazine covered of voting for a renowned sexual predator pipeline. Liberal Zionism is a scourge on the earth. Yeah, Amy Schumer, who of course is one of the people who spoke out about Me Too. And I think it shows the limits of white liberal feminism when you have someone like this is exemplary, right? Where you have Amy Schumer who... Oh yeah, well, we talk about the abuses that are so deeply ingrained in our society and how we're trying to spur these conversations so that abusers don't get to continue to roam freely and be protected, and that we actually take victims seriously. Oh, except when it comes to the New York mayoral race, and no problem publicly. And here's the thing, Amy Schumer, you want to vote for Cuomo? You want to vote for Cuomo? Fine. I don't expect anything less. She posted a picture of this. She posted a picture of I voted by mail rhymes with Duomo. So is publicly announcing that she voted for Andrew Cuomo. Racism rots your brain. It does. Like transphobia Transphobia is an illness of your brain. It rots your brain. It's all forms of bigotry, you know? It's like you are so racist. You are so racist that you don't stop and consider it at all the optics of being a woman in Hollywood who has spoken out against systemic sexual abuse and talked about your own stories, shared your own stories, Me Too, and then publicly support a sexual harasser. She was on a feminist magazine cover. She's known for feminist theory. Just an awful person. Someone on Thread said, Michael looks like he passed away but forgot to die. He also is the epitome of like guy who gets bitten by a zombie and then pretends he wasn't bitten. Dude campaigns 15 plus hours per day, 7 days per week, probably rarely spends quality time with his wife, takes her out on a date to a nice restaurant, but not even in the top 100 priciest in the city. Michael Rappaport. Oh, yeah, I muted him. A true socialist would take his wife to Burger King. Amy Schumer apparently wants to do a romantic comedy movie. Oh, my God. So, you know how I've talked about that celebrities who support Israel and were very vocal in supporting Israel in the beginning have, you know, quite a few of them have gone quiet. It doesn't mean that they still do not fully support Israel, that they are pro-genocide, that they hate Palestinians, they don't look at them as human beings. They just realized, oh, maybe it's not so good for the brand if I am consistently, if I'm continuing to bleat about how much I love genocide. And so that is one indication that the public shift against Israel certainly has occurred and continues to occur. But it's a reminder of, make no mistake, these people still are supporting Israel. They're just not as open about it unless they're Deborah Messing and posts like 50 Instagram stories a day. So Amy Schumer wants to make a rom-com. Cool. Great. An exciting Israeli rom-com inspired by lead actor Yadin Gelman's own story from October 7th. Cool. Speaking of celebrities in Hollywood, boop, we have a very based interview from Stellan Skarsgård that I wanted to look at. And also, oh wait, before I move on to that, did you see this? That Cuomo's campaign is trying to rip hot girls for Zoran, of course.
So today, I'm officially starting Hot Girls for Cuomo. So if you are a hot girl for Andrew Cuomo, I want to hear from you. So today, I'm officially starting Hot Girls for Cuomo. So if you are a hot...
Also, I'm pretty sure Emily Austin is a MAGA influencer. So, okay, just so we know who's supporting Cuomo, right? Cuomo may be another candidate, another Democratic candidate in the mayoral race. He is, look who he's being supported by. Look at her Twitter header. I'm officially launching Hot Girls for, oh, yeah. Okay. So that's who's launching Hot Girls for Cuomo, but look at the website. I don't know who did this, but it's perfect. On Cloud 5, thank you for the prime. Report of investigation into allegations of sexual harassment by Governor Andrew Cuomo. It's 168 pages. 168 pages. So if you go to hotgirlsforcuomo.com, this is what pops up. So Hot Girls for Cuomo thing was a sincere attempt and not a troll from him, Donnie. No, he doesn't. Also, whenever it's something stupid like this, it's absolutely coming from Team Cuomo. When Mamdani trolls, it's good. Now, do you mean, wait, are you talking about this? I don't know who did this. I don't know who bought the domain Hot Girls for Cuomo. Emily Austin is a MAGA influencer. This is not her. She did not do this. Also, Hot Girls for Zon was organic. Yeah. Oh, she was an annoying girl on Piers Morgan. I gotta be so for real. These blonde MAGA girls, dime a dozen. It really is like, it felt as if they're, I keep saying back in the day today. You had like a Tommy Loren. And now there's like a million of them. The infuriating thing is how none of the other New York Democrats have been calling out the rampant Islamophobia directed towards them because they're too far up Israel's ass to do so, and that even themselves engage in the racism. Yes, yeah. Still remember after the primary when Gillibrand, who mind you is a feminist warrior, was the reason Al Franken resigned, accused Oren of global jihad, the same exact thing Curtis and Cuomo yelled at him tonight. Oh, yeah, it was just like blatant racism on the stage. Just making shit up. Just truly making shit up.
People feel uncomfortable. That is my entire brand. He's right. I am Andrew Cuomo. Okay. I am the real Andrew Cuomo. And if you are a billionaire, I will support your rights. I will support you. If you are an oil exec, I will support you.
No, not the thinning hair.
No matter what, this man is not telling the truth. The press is here for me. They want to hear from me. Andrew Cuomo, please, Fox 5. Fox 5, don't put your hands in my face. I am a mayoral candidate. Although I lost the Democratic primary, I will not take no for an answer. I do not take no for an answer, ever. Not when it is the electorate, not when it is a woman in my office. I don't do that.
The joke is over.
The joke is
over.
over.
Has only begun.
Yeah, okay. Do you see this crowd?
Yes, do you see this crowd? All 15 New Yorkers have come to support me. Wait a second. Wait, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Let me, come on.
Yeah, give me a little kiss.
I'm Italian.
Give me a little kiss. Give me a little kiss.
Oh. Scaring children. We're scaring the children. Oh,
I'm Italian. I'm Italian. I'm Italian. Sliwa basically said the same thing during the debate about how he can't take no for an answer. I will say the moments when Curtis popped off on Cuomo, Italian versus Italian. Italian on Italian. And you just have to step back and go, let them fight. When Curtis goes crazy, he goes crazy. He does. He, honest to God, I actually do think he hates Cuomo more. I do think he hates Cuomo more because I think a lot of people hate Cuomo more. Just on when you strip all the politics away. Okay, of course, Curtis isn't going to agree with Mamdani's policies, right? Curtis, who's like, I want to lock up all the kids. I think on just a personality, on vibes, how do you not hate Cuomo more? I'm seeing two old Italian American men going at it. It's like in The Godfather. He definitely hates Cuomo more.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mamdani?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Sliwa?
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
And final, a fun one.
Be careful.
I have to say, truly, I was laughing. Because Curtis always finds a way to go extra with it. It's not just a no, right? When it's a yes or no question, it's not just no. He's like, put that crook in jail where he belongs. If it were up to Curtis, I honestly think he would jail like 99% of people in New York. Anybody who looked at him wrong, anybody who he thinks got in his way, or just any perceived slight, he'd be like, yeah, go into jail.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mamdani?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Sliwa?
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
Where he belongs. He is a character. They shook hands after the debate. Yeah. No, I really think like, look, Cuomo's also been around for a long time. Okay. He is of the Cuomo dynasty, and a lot of people don't like him. They don't like him. He would turn New York into Escape from New York. Yeah. Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs. I mean, I don't disagree. After the debate, Zohran Mamdani went to shake Curtis Sliwa's hand, and then Andrew Cuomo gave both the cold shoulder. Yeah, I mean, look, New Yorkers hate Cuomo. They do. They do. He's not popular. He already lost one race this year. He lost the Democratic primary. He got destroyed. He's a loser. The Cuomo campaign ended here.
It's damaged goods. Every day, a new case of corruption in the police department. They believe he's...
This is also the only type of character that you get in like a New York race.
Andrew Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies. Everybody likes...
Slapping fannies and killing grannies. And here's the thing, too. Okay, here's the thing. Zohran is very good at giving polished but still coming across as authentic type of answers. He is unruffled. He's just consistent. And he's shown a lot of people that he genuinely cares about New York City, that his policies are super accessible, nothing too crazy. But Curtis goes off the rails in a way that I think also it's like this New York, right? Zohran's not going to say, he's not going to say slapping fannies and killing grannies, but that is also the energy. It's also the energy that needs to be brought so that people are reminded of why Andrew Cuomo fucking sucks.
Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies. Everybody likes Curtis Sliwa. My favorable ratings are the highest in this election cycle. So get me.
And this is on Fox News. It kills me that Curtis and Zohran will address each other moderately cordially, but every time Cuomo speaks, they're both like, oh, so now the sex offender wants to chime in. Sliwa telling the story about getting shot by the mob in a yellow cab.
They stole a yellow cab late at night, sawed the handles off on the inside, and turned it into a rolling coffin, and assumed that on one of those mornings I would pick their cab, which had their wheelman, a Gambino guy named Angelo Dundee Bundini Brown or something along those lines, and the shooter, Michael Iannotti.
He just needs to have a podcast where he tells all these stories about people who've tried to kill him, kill his family, kill people he knows.
And they would go round and round the block. And Joey D'Angelo looked like a cab driver, and Michael Iannotti was a killer extraordinaire because he was an executioner.
I mean, he started with a radio show.
On the 6th day that they went round and round, bingo, lotto day for them. I picked their cab. I jumped in the back, told them, Madison Square Garden, hurry up, Mac. He said, no problem, Sliwa. And I thought, wow, an English-speaking cab driver, a guy who knows where he's going. Man, this is my day. I can max and relax, read the newspapers, prepare for the broadcast. Halfway there, instead of turning left and going west, he turns right to Gabon and goes east. And I said, hey, Mac, turn this hack around. And all of a sudden, he was putting the pedal to the metal, and I could hear the transmission grinding. And I said, I don't think he's taking this to AMCO for a transmission fix. And I said, hey, Mac, I told you, turn this hack around. And then lickety-split, within seconds, all of a sudden, some gorilla pops up in front of me who had been stuffed under the dashboard. He's popping a 38 right down at my three-piece set, my lower extremities, not the knife, spoon, and fork. And all of a sudden, he says, take this, you son of a bitch, boom, and he fires. And I could see the fire leave the barrel of the gun. Didn't feel anything, and never been shot before, so assumed, wow, this is just a bad dream or a misfire. And by the time I could come to my senses, as my heart was beeping, and I felt like Robbie Robot in Lost in Space, you know, danger, Mr. Robinson, danger. He raises the gun, fires a second time, and now I feel it, the cramp.
It literally is your average character, like from Sopranos.
The blood is spewing. All of a sudden, I'm in a panic, and I immediately dive for the door. Figure I'll dive into oncoming traffic, risk becoming a speed bump, and they knew I would do that. And as I reached for the handle and pulled to yank it open, it came off from my hand, and pow, a third shot right through my legs like a hot knife through butter. I've now been shot 3 times. I'm bleeding like a sieve. I'm stuffed beneath the driver, trying to avoid the headshots. I'm fighting the gun off so he can't pop 2.
Has anybody ever done this where they take a scene from Sopranos and then they use audio of Curtis Sliwa? So it's like a Sopranos scene, but it's Curtis speaking. Similar to when we did that one night. That was so funny. It was you guys, you know what I was talking about. It was the crazy guy off Fox News, and I was playing his audio, and it was the video of Master Shake. It was Mark Levine, but with Master Shake, or Mark Levin, Mark Levine, and Master Shake. Yes, it's like this.
Let's listen in to George Lindell. He was driving one of the cars involved in the collision.
I need somebody to do the Mark and Master Shake, but with Curtis Sliwa and Sopranos.
That brought down those power poles.
Well, I was just driving down Northern Avenue, and all of a sudden, that's just my whole business. Hit me hard from the back, full photos everywhere. Blowing up in a big run, noise like boom, 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 boom. I was like, boom, fire was lightning, like a paintball. She was the one spot jumping up, and I was like, wow, totally out of the blue. Reality hits you hard, bro. The time and place you let me down. Reality hits you hard, bro. I still feel kind of shaken up, kind of crazy right now. Guy's still stuck in there, his car is still hot. They're gonna shut the power off, get that guy out of here. Hopefully he gets insurance card, so I can get my vehicle fixed. Hit me hard from the back, full photos everywhere. Blowing up, made a big loud noise like boom, 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 boom. And I was like, boom, fire was lightning, like a paintball. She was the one spot jumping up, and I was like, wow, totally out of the blue. Reality hits you hard, bro. It could be a chimera. Reality hits you hard, bro. Reality hits you hard, bro.
Reality hits you hard.
Reality hits you hard, bro.
I've never seen this in my life.
Your life with the
I have never seen that before in my life. But that goes hard. Pixie, thank you for the prime. That the gentleman, thank you for the prime. Denny, thank you for 7 months. Marco, thank you for the prime. The other thing that someone could do if they were gonna, I don't know, have a little time on their hands, you could just add Curtis into a Sopranos scene. You know what I mean? So you've got. So I don't know how you do that. You like green screen him in. Maybe it's a you got like Polly and Tony. And they're it's heated, and then you just have Curtis over there too. Is this a call to action? Maybe. Maybe. Look, I'm just feeding you some ideas of things that I don't know how to do. But sometimes I think of things. Sometimes I think of things, I'm like, wait, that'd be really funny. Wesley Nielsen in Resident Evil 4. Take care of yourself.
My name is Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant Police Squad.
This is so good.
There's been a recent wave of murders at the city zoo. I was bringing in a suspect when I got a call from headquarters about the kidnapping.
Parasite, the plaga.
I promise you, whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
Great.
I couldn't believe it was her. It was like a dream. But
This is
there she
cinema,
was,
baby.
just like I remembered her. She was giving me a look I could feel in my hip pocket.
I'm sorry I can't hear you. Don't fire the gun while you're talking.
Take care of yourself, baby. By the way, I faked every orgasm.
Okay, I need this DLC as well. Give me that DLC of Resident Evil 4. That is so perfect.
Since the beginning.
That is so perfect. That's exactly That's exactly what I need. What is this timeline? Oh my god. Oh my god. No. What the fuck? No fucking way. Oh my god. Oh my god. And remember, this is all, even though we can't prove it, this is all Farley's doing. Somehow. His attempts to get Kaya sent away. His attempts to get Kaya sent away. And it's backfired. Why is the streamer major figure in the New York mayoral election? I don't know. Honestly, it's crazy. I had friends who were texting me who were watching, like normie friends, who were watching the first mayoral debate when Cuomo brought up Hassan and sent it in the group chat and were just like, what is going on? What is this world that we are living in? How is Kaya now a part of the New York City mayoral debate, mayoral race? You know, honestly, this makes me feel like nothing should surprise me. Nothing should shock me anymore. Nothing is out of the question. Nothing is out of the question anymore. Oh, God. Such a clown show. And you know what, too, though? This is a sign of how much our politics here in the United States of America is about Israel. Where I think one of the best lines that Mamdani hits over and over again is when he says, I am running to be mayor of New York City, and New York is super diverse, and I'm going to be mayor for everybody. And then everyone's like, but it's the New York City of Israel. Where it's like, I think this is what speaks to your average person. Really think about it. Because even though, yes, here in the United States, public sentiment has shifted against Israel, your average person does not think of Israel every moment of their day. Okay? If you were to ask them, if you were to go like into an Applebee's in Oklahoma and ask about, people would probably be like, oh yeah, I don't really like kids getting bombed. I don't really, my tax dollars, that kind of, maybe. But the obsession with making everything about Israel, the first debate proved that. Yes. And so I think you really, I think it is still a misunderstanding in thinking that your average voter, first of all, cares about like what's happening with internet streamers, right? But then also like the emphasis over and over on Israel, which is a foreign state. Let's remember that. This is a foreign state. Do you think your average New Yorker in the boroughs is like, all I care about is what we're going to do for Israel? No, they're like, how do I pay my bills? Life is so expensive. Life is expensive. How do I make it? How do you make it less expensive for me? Making everything about Israel except for the genocide. Yeah. Yeah. Bringing up some random celebrity instead of discussing the many important issues voters are dealing with just show how unserious the other two candidates are. And the thing is like Hassan has gone more mainstream, but still, it's like people don't care. It's because Sliwa has, same with Cuomo, they have Gen Zers who are doing their campaigns. A lot of these candidates do, because they're like, oh, we got to get to the young people. We gotta have Gen Zers. We gotta have Zoomers running our social media. Sad history grad, thank you for the 22 months. Doofus, thank you for the 3 months. Curtis Sliwa, the 71-year-old Red Beret Republican candidate, has put his bid in the hands of 25-year-old campaign manager Rusat Ramgopal, who in 2023 ran unsuccessfully for a Queens City Council seat. Mamdani isn't the only one with young staffers. Ramgopal says after accompanying Sliwa to a campaign event at a Chinese church in Flushing. Indeed, those staffers include 21-year-old college senior Ashwin Prabhaharan, Sliwa's director of youth engagement and volunteer coordinator. In a typical campaign, I think a candidate of Curtis's age would have been sidelined trying to relate to people my age, but he's put young people front and center. The concept of Curtis Sliwa reading Ellis, like being sent an LSF thread. But he's put young people front and center ever since he started his work with the Guardian Angels. So he understands exactly what affordability and public safety is supposed to be for kids my age. And inside the campaign, we're not just manning the phones. Kids like me have real responsibility. The hate says on constituency is so much smaller than Twitter would have you believe. Like, look, I never want to talk about Highgate ever again. But one thing I will say, and as I said, like, I do get a read from people who are tapped into politics, but are not online, namely my mother. And a lot of the hatred of Hassan, it really is very internet based. And of course, Fox News, every once in a while will be like Hassan Piker, but like normal people, if they've become aware of him, they're probably just like, oh, isn't he that TikTok guy or something like that? He does like politics on TikTok, whatever. It is, I would say it does still feel very hyper online. It does. And it's a lot. Like obviously I catch fucking strays from it. But it is very hyper online. Anyway. All right. This is personal to me. Ooh, I want to talk about Stellan Skarsgård's interview. My friends don't know what Twitch is. Honestly, a lot of people in my life only know Twitch because they know I stream on Twitch. They still don't know it. My millennial friends, my normie millennial friends, they don't know this world. They don't understand any of it. They've maybe heard of Twitch, but I think, I don't know. Maybe it's copium, but like I think it's a good way to kind of pull yourself out to when it feels like the hate is so overwhelming. When it feels like the hate is so overwhelming and it's like, yes, there is now a bleed over from internet into real world, but also there are things that are still specific to the internet and being like very online. Twitch is very niche. Yeah, it still is. Yeah. For sure. Okay, Stellan Skarsgård, head of the Skarsgård clan. I swear there are always new Skarsgårds popping up. I'm like, where did this Skarsgård come from? And it turns out it's because he has 8 children. So if you're like, there's a lot of Skarsgårds, there are a lot of Skarsgårds. In fact, there are 8 Skarsgård children. Wild. All right, I want to skip down a little bit. So, where's the part that I wanted to look at? Okay. So this is an interview. Who did this? I think Alex Jung. Alex Jung did. He's such a great writer. I love his interviews. Okay, so he's talking about Andor. During the second season, which ended up being the final one, a lot of people felt the massacre in Gorman resonated with the real world, specifically Gaza. What do you think of people bringing real world politics into their understanding of the show and vice versa, even if the show wasn't informed by that specific conflict? That's the way to treat any show. You bring your experience to the table and together you find something out. This show was written before Trump even won. It was written before the horrors of Gaza, the sad, and he's, of course, talking about the genocide. The sad and the good thing is that you can write a show like this anytime. You can be sure that it'll fit the world. Last year, you donated a signed Mamma Mia record for a fundraiser for humanitarian aid to Palestine. Was that a politically fraught decision for you? No. I like that he just goes, no. As simple as that. In Sweden, I protested even before they went into Gaza. Before October 7th? Right after, when they started talking about flattening Gaza, about sending them to Africa and other things. The thing was that you knew what was going to happen. Because since 1948, they've been doing the same thing. If the Palestinians kill one, they kill 10. Plus, they'll bulldoze the home of the family and friends. We were afraid that they would go in and try to flatten Gaza. One of the Swedish papers had a big article with a picture of me saying that I was supporting anti-Semitism, the usual. But every night I think about it. Every night. Since I had the stroke, my argumentation is much weaker. I think he had a stroke. Stellan Skarsgård. He had a stroke 3 years ago. 3 years ago, and it greatly impacted his ability to work because he was struggling being able to memorize lines and prepare for roles. So that's what he's referring to. Since I had the stroke, my argumentation is much weaker. My language is weaker. I feel that I cannot fight. I can't have a discussion. Can you tell me about the stroke and how it's affected you? I got really scared. When did it happen? 3 years ago, between 1 and 2 of Andor and 1 and 2 of Dune. That was perfect timing, but I found a way. They have earpieces where you have a prompter that says the line. It's not enough because I have my rhythm. They have to say their line on top of my line for me to be able to answer it. They have to say it very fast, very neutral. It takes a lot of training for that guy. Was this on Andor? No, it was on Dune. You might say, oh, you're lucky. You don't have to learn your lines. There's more work now than there was before. Suddenly, I can't come up with names. I can't follow a thought or make an argument that spans several sentences that gets to the point. That then bang. That is extremely frustrating. But on the other hand, I'm alive. I can work. Here's the thing. So Stellan Skarsgård, who had a stroke, and it has affected his language abilities, he still has advocated for Palestine because you do not need to be an expert. You do not need to be a scholar. You do not need to be able to perfectly speak in order to advocate for Palestinian liberation. So a reminder that to those who are like, well, I don't know what to say. Well, everyone tells me it's so complicated or like blah, 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 blah. You got Stellan Skarsgård, who's still been an advocate despite the health issues that he's gone through. Further proof that the stroke was no excuse for Fetterman. Yeah. Fetterman, who had a stroke and was like, oh yeah, no, I think we should kill all Palestinians. Yeah, the stroke was not, having a stroke doesn't make you pro-genocide. Did you ask yourself any larger existential questions? Wouldn't that be lovely? No, I'm afraid I didn't because I knew I was going to die. It didn't come as news to me, but of course I considered this might be the end. I didn't know how bad the stroke would be or if there would be follow-up strokes. Has it changed how you think of yourself as an actor? No, this film I did fine. You're saying that maybe it has changed me. I've experienced something that's put me in another position as an actor. Yeah, I can imagine it's a profound experience. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of not being capable of living. That is a fear and being boring. With all my 8 kids, there's one thing I've been afraid of every time I have a new kid. Not that they have Down syndrome or that they're autistic, that they're boring. Luckily, none of them were. That is so funny to be like, my fear every time I had a child, and I have 8 children, my real fear was that my kids would be boring. And thank God they aren't. Oh, yeah, no, ain't no way they're boring. You have Alex Skarsgård. Alex Skarsgård is one of my favorite little freaks on a red carpet. I don't know if y'all are as big of fans as Alex Skarsgård on a red carpet as I am. But he is always a little freak, and I love it. I love it. His fashion, he's also, I've seen him in person. He is so hot. He is so sexy. I saw him coming out of an AMC theater one time, and I was walking in and I was like, that's Alex Skarsgård. Oh my God. So I think if there's one thing that people think of with the Skarsgårds, it's that they are interesting, certainly not boring. He's got a touch of the freak. Many of your kids have become actors. Would you consider them Nepo babies? No, I consider myself a Nepo daddy because I get so much goodwill and maybe jobs because of them. It's really funny. He's like, I actually benefit from my kids. Okay, and then there was another quote where he was talking about his dad that I wanted to read. How would you describe that world? Okay. With each role, are you searching for some fulfillment you have yet to attain? As an actor, you are a tool for the director, but my characters, even if they're different shapes and in different types of films, have something in common. If you're good enough, you're personal enough, you can't help putting a stamp on the art that you make. If you look at them, I hope you'll see my worldview, my view of humanity. But maybe I'm still just an anonymous voice and gun for hire. How would you describe that worldview? My father told me something when I was very small to instill confidence in me. Nobody in the world is worth more than you, but nobody is worth less. It's an egalitarian view that I've carried around in my life. That's why I'm for free schools, free universities, free healthcare, and free babysitting, because our society could afford it. In America, people think social democracy is some kind of communism. They think capitalism is freedom. It's not. It's only freedom to exploit people. They think capitalism is freedom, and it's not. It's only freedom to exploit people. I tend to find, with exceptions, that a lot of the most based celebrities are non-American, especially like Palestine advocates in the celebrity world. A lot of them who are Irish, who are British. Like, just as I have over the last couple years paid attention to the language being used, the different pledges signed, the different letters signed, the ones who have been ahead of, for the most part, like American celebrities who are active and speak up, it's usually Europe, the UK. We are the Imperial Corps, so it makes sense. Yeah, they haven't gotten the same propaganda regimen. It's really incredible how it's so baked into our whole lives. Yeah, so I just thought that was, I really like this. Nobody in the world is worth more than you, but nobody is worth less. Because that's the truth, right? That's equality. Are there roles that intersected in a significant way for your own preoccupations at the time, or who you were, or an investigation into the psyche that at that time you needed to do? When I was young, I was much more pretentious. I thought art was something isolated that shouldn't be soiled. I would never have done Mamma Mia, but as I get older, I find that I've become more tolerant in terms of what kind of projects can you do? He's also great in Mamma Mia. I demand less absolute usefulness from my films than I did when I was a radical in my 20s. I was more didactic and more, what is the purpose of it? When did that change? I can pinpoint the second when that changed, but that might also be a false construction. I played Rolf Wallenberg, who saved tens of thousands of Hungarian Jews during the Second World War in Good Evening, Mr. Wallenberg. He then was taken by the Soviet Union and executed. We focused on the last 3 weeks of freedom in his life when Budapest was hell on earth. The Germans had already left and the Arrow Crosses took over. The Arrow Crosses were the local Nazis and they were far more brutal than the Nazis, but less organized. It was a really dark film. We shot in the actual ghetto and there were people living there who had been living there during the Second World War as kids. To them, I was a mythic Wallenberg and they came up and touched me and stuff during night shoots. They gave me coffee with vodka to keep me warm. I didn't sleep at night and I was wandering drunk at cemeteries. Stellan Skarsgård is just, I feel like that guy has lived a life. But it was no longer important if we did a good film. The only thing that was important was that we were true to the people we were depicting. Afterward, I didn't do a film for a while. No film could be as important as that film was. And then all films could just be films. Yeah, he just really seems to have, a very lovely worldview. And, also just kind of the simplification of it, you know? And I think a lot of times I'm so used to interviews. Can you link this? Yeah. I'm so used to interviews with celebrities over the age of 70, even like really 65 and up, where they only seem more cantankerous and conservative as they've gotten older. So it's always nice and refreshing to read an interview from an older actor who is like almost even more generous as they have aged. Generous and like knowing the things that matter and caring about those still, but then understanding things that they placed such an importance in when they were younger that they have loosened up on. Also, Alex Young is an amazing, amazing writer. This is the type of like, there's people out there who are shitty interviewers who should not be the ones having conversations with artists, great artists like Stellan Skarsgård. But then there's really, really great writers too. I love people who soften and become more progressive with age. Yeah, where it's like, I think... I think it's, I don't understand how you age and you become less radical in your beliefs on the, just like caring for humanity, because I think a lot of people look at it as like, oh, you get older and nothing's changed. And so what the hell can you even do? When it's like, if nothing has changed, then in fact, I would think you would be more, I think your humanistic values would be even more entrenched. And so rather than losing, like, I guess becoming jaded, but it's like, okay, you can have a more bitter sense of reality, but that doesn't take away from your humanist principles and your belief in this world needing to be a better place for all people. So I don't think that, like, I think cynicism can absolutely creep in, but cynicism doesn't have to mean that you lose those beliefs. I asked my dad this and he listed out all the hardships on his life. He was a bit stumped when I told him that didn't tell me what happened. Right, where it's like you don't have to change your fundamental views on just how we should treat one another and, you know, what's best for everyone to be able to thrive. You might become a little more jaded, and it may be that, you know, nihilism and cynicism, these things creep in, but it should not get to a point that you don't care about the things that you know, about the things that you once believed in and once hoped would happen. And it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't happen in my lifetime, but this can't just be it. It can't just be getting worse for people. Like when I'm on the way out, I don't want to be going out and going, well, see y'all. Good luck. I don't want to be taking my last breaths and think to myself, yeah, it's only going to get worse from here. I want to believe that when I'm gone, when I'm gone, that the future generations aren't going to be left to just rot. So even if the changes that I want to see in my lifetime don't happen, I want those changes to happen one day. I want that progress to be a reality. My parents are mostly progressive, but use their hardships to be more conservative in certain instances, which confuses me because why wouldn't you want it easier for others? Yeah, I think it just becomes these personal grievances and kind of this, well, I was failed. You know, they didn't care enough when I was alive. I do think it's a coping mechanism too. Yeah. And I also think it's because a lot of our parents have undiagnosed trauma. It's like they don't talk about, this is what happens with a lot of older people, is they bury and carry a lot of pain, and then they get older and that comes out in just anger and bitterness, and they have nowhere to direct that. And lead poisoning. Yes, also that. also lead poisoning. That is true. Okay. Let's look at Graham Plattner's response here with Tattoogate, with Nazi Tattoogate. I have seen this man shirtless more times than I would have thought I would in the last 24 hours. So I guess he covered up the tattoo like this. Someone was like, it would be funny if he covered up the tattoo and then it ended up being another like fascist symbol, and then he had to cover that up, and then he just has to keep covering the tattoo up. Okay, so here is a video response that he put out today in the wake of Tattoogate, and then he went on Pod Save America, and I don't think he did the best job in that interview with Tommy Vitor. And I also said yesterday that I do think some people's responses to not just Tattoogate, but also just the issues with Graham Plattner, namely that he worked as a mercenary for Blackwater and never has actually seemed to reckon with that. But a lot of people who have been kind of laughing this off or being like, whatever, it's no big deal.
I was a young infantry sergeant.
Which I don't agree with.
Myself and some machine gunners I served in Fallujah and Ramadi with were on our third deployment. We were in a naval vessel and we pulled in for a Liberty port in Split, Croatia. We went ashore to do the thing that young Marines do, which tends to be carousing and sometimes getting tattoos. We wanted to get something that represented our jobs, our service, fighting in Fallujah and Ramadi as machine gunners. We went ashore, we found a tattoo parlor after a fair amount of heavy carousing, and we found a tattoo on the wall a piece of flash that looked like a terrifying skull and crossbones.
And I will say as well, seeing a lot of typically more establishment libs supporting Graham Plattner, it's like, this is what I was saying yesterday, where imagine candidates who don't have the mercenary background of a Graham Plattner, progressive candidates who clearly are very appealing to people. They are tired of the Janet Mills. They're tired of the Susan Collins. They're tired of old, and not even just old, but also old and establishment politicians. And I guess what I was saying, and I'll repeat it again, is we should envision better than Graham Plattner. And yes, I recognize right now, in the context of the Maine Senate race, his policies, his being anti-Israel is significantly better than who else is in the race. But it shouldn't just be something that we don't highlight as concerning, as validly critical. The fact that he in 2018 was like working for Blackwater.
We thought it looked cool, and so we got it. I have had this tattoo for the last 18 years. I re-enlisted into the United States Army with this tattoo, where I was screened for hate and gang-related tattoos. I worked for the State Department as a contractor, where I got a full physical, which included...
Did you see Bernie response to it? No, I didn't.
Screening my tattoos.
Will you link that?
I've gone through life with this thing, taking my shirt off, having photographs taken, videos taken. I've been very, very open in my life with the fact I had a skull and crossbones on my chest, because that's what I thought it was. It's come to my attention that it has a stark resemblance to a symbol that is used by neo-Nazis. And I want
No, it is that. I don't think it's a stark resemblance. It is that.
say that was not the intent at all. And the idea
why would
that I've been
why would the U.S. Army care? They would not
going
care.
around with something like that utterly horrifies me. I know that symbols like this can be incredibly damaging to people, and the idea that I've had it all these years and it could have been read like that is incredibly troubling. I have lived a life dedicated to anti-fascism, anti-racism, and anti-Nazism.
See, and I think what's tough is that's not true. And I want to hold space for people to grow and recognize their role in imperialism, which when you are in the military, but even more than that, because he enlisted after high school, and obviously the military is incredibly exploitative and predatory, but like the mercenary aspect of his career is what is very, very, very troublesome. And I think that's the issue that people are having here. And no, we don't think he's a Nazi. No, we don't think he's a secret Nazi. And I think he's kind of a dumbass that he had this tattoo for 20 years. And the way it's kind of been treated as like whatever, okay. Whatever. Zoran doesn't have the background Graham has, and yet he gets called a terrorist and anti-Semite who's going to do thousands of 9/11s. Well, we know the difference there.
I think that racism and anti-Semitism are a long scourge on our society and a long scourge on our politics. And I think it has no place in our world. For that reason, I have gone and gotten it covered up.
Oh my God.
Last night, I went to a tattoo parlor and I got this to cover up the skull and crossbones. It's a Celtic knot with some imagery around dogs, because my wife Amy and I have two wonderful dogs that we love a lot. This far more represents who I am now than even the skull and crossbones did, which I thought that it was. This has come up because the establishment is trying to throw everything it can at me. It is terrified of what we are trying to build here. Every second we spend talking about a tattoo I got in the Marine Corps is a second we don't talk about Medicare for all. It's a second that we don't talk about raising taxes on the wealthy. It's a second we're not talking about the material struggles of Mainers as they try to scrape through a system that at its core is trying to rob them. And that's why tonight, I'm just going back right out on the road. We're holding a town hall in Ogunquit, where much like I've been doing for the past month, going around the state of Maine, making myself accessible to Mainers in their communities so I can listen to them. I can hear about what it is they need to change in our political system. And that is what I'm going to continue dedicating my time to. Thank you all very much, and I really appreciate your support through all of this. I will say, it is deeply hard for me personally, but all the outpouring of support telling me to stick with it, telling me that this doesn't matter, telling me that this means that the system is scared, it means the world to me. And I want to say thank you to all of you who have done so.
Wait, let me look at the Bernie.
I suspect.
Okay. And I just think like what was I gonna say? I just think too, one thing is like, I never think it's good when you have white leftists who are kind of condescending to leftists, like Muslim leftists, who are pointing out the fact that as late as 2018, he was in Afghanistan working as a mercenary. And it's like, that is a red flag. That's a red flag. And a lot of people who are going, hey, yeah, those are my people. Or, hey, I don't think we should brush over this. They're not saying the alternatives are better. But I do think, I do think it's troublesome. And I do think that's something that we should not treat as not a big deal, as something that's acceptable on the left, because it's not. And we need a better vision. We need to be able to envision past somebody being progressive, but also having that background. And I just think that doesn't mean that people who have been concerned about that background of his and pointed out like, hey, yeah, once again, the blood of my people is really not a big deal for electoral white leftists in this country. And I would like to not be dismissed, while also making it clear that, yeah, we believe in people's ability to grow and to, seek redemption and be better, but don't shove that in our faces. And when somebody hasn't really exhibited that, please don't tell us that we are being spoilers for raising these points of concern. Who's the alternative in the race? Like Janet Mills, Chuck Schumer's pick. She's 80 years old.
That Graham Plattner is not the only American to have gone through a dark period.
Your candidate in Maine running for Senate, Graham Plattner, has been subject to a lot of fire and fury, stories of old posts, crude comments about black diners, about rural white people. You said yesterday you are still supporting him. Why?
I am not overly impressed by a squad of media running around saying, what do you think about the tattoo on Graham Plattner's chest? Between you and me, there might be one or two more important issues, but let me go there. I'm not Graham's best friend. I met him several times. We did a rally in Portland, Maine, a great rally. I am impressed by the guy. This is a guy who will tell you who has served 4 tours of duty with the United States military. He was in the middle of some heavy duty combat. He was a machine gunner. That's what you do. You mow down people, you know? He went through some very difficult experiences in the military as a machine gunner, seeing his friends killed.
Bernie, you can't so flippantly talk about mowing down people as someone who was in the military and then also be like he had to see his friends killed. He went through some dark experiences. Like, who are the people who were being mowed down? To be fair, he def did it. It did if he was in Ramadi and Fallujah. Those were real bad areas at that time. It's just no matter what, we know that the military activities over in these areas, primarily the people who died were citizens. Right? There's no denying that normal civilians were the were the main loss of life. Collateral damage. So I just don't think that it's good to describe this as mowing people down.
Came out of the military. He will acknowledge, I'm not telling you what he doesn't say, he had PTSD. He went to the VA.
But also, it was after his service when he went to work for a private military contractor. And I know that that's a normal thing as far as like people who leave the military go, well, what else, what's next for me? Okay, I guess I'll go work private now, make good money. But it's still not something that if you are being championed as a leftist candidate can be bypassed, can be like hand waved away.
And by the way, what he says, they rebuilt his life. All right. He went into a dark period in his life. I suspect that Graham Plattner is not the only American to have gone through a dark period. But what he did was he expressed his darkness on the internet. Probably not a brilliant thing to do. All right.
Wait, is he talking about the Reddit stuff?
The things that are stupid, things that were hurtful, he has apologized for them. And what he says now, and the guy that I saw up on the stage in Portland, Maine, rather a brilliant guy. I mean, really a strong fighter for the working class, very articulate, very smart. And what he said is, yeah, I went through a dark period. I said stupid things. I am not the person today that I was back then. And I think as a nation, especially given the fact that we have a president who is convicted of 34 felonies, maybe we have to do a little bit of forgiveness.
I mean, I really, this is the last thing that I'm going to say on it, but here's the thing. Okay, the old Reddit posts that are getting brought up where it's like, oh, look at this slur that he used. Look at these weird racist questions he was asking. When we're talking about his apologizing and this conversation around people's the ability for people to grow and to progress. That is, in my understanding, that's different from the big problem that has not been addressed, that has not been atoned for, which is the Blackwater aspect. And then it's like, that puts the having that tattoo for 20 years into a different light where I think people are being very charitable. I think people who have had criticisms of Plattner are being charitable and going, I don't think he got this tattoo and ultimately it's like, okay, the tattoo, like, fine. Weird that you had this for 20 years. But can we go back to this? Can we go back to this major aspect of his life and his career? Anyway, that's my understanding of what I have seen, where I don't think people are going, ooh, he said a slur on a Reddit page not even 15 years ago. It was like 2018. 2018, he's using slurs, and we can never, like, if you ever want to run for office and God forbid you're a Redditor, well, sorry. So too late. I don't think that's, and so I don't think it's fair. I honestly think the people who are unequivocally defending Plattner and kind of shitting on people who are like, hold on a second, wait a minute. I feel like they're thinking that the critics of Plattner are mainly upset about racist and homophobic Reddit posts from, in this time when his Reddit posts are being pulled up. And they're like, oh, come on, what? So people can't grow. He said like the F slur. He had said some slurs in a Reddit post, and then the question when he was like, why don't black people tip? And those types of Reddit posts that are being dug up. Gee, thank you for voicing my frustrations. Like, dude, I get it. You're a massive idiot. Why did you join this mercenary group after you recognize your wrongdoing? Yes. And that being something that was not right after high school, that was 7 years ago. Anyway, saying slurs as an adult is wild. Totally. No. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's acceptable. But I think there's two things that people are responding. There's multiple things that people are responding to. And the conversation around like redemption and growth, and he's apologized, and it's just not good enough for you purists. And it's like, yeah, those Reddit posts were bad, but he has disavowed that and said that he is not that person anymore. He's trying to grow from that. That's different from him not being like, yeah, I really shouldn't have worked as a mercenary. That Blackwater is fucking evil. We were killing people and making money from it, and these private defense contractors are a major problem that I am going to be taking on as somebody who has experience, and am so ashamed that I was a part of that. And even if he's genuinely changed the way they respond to criticism now is by apologizing, but at the same time pointing out that there are more important things than that. The only thing that might make me consider he's fully regretful is if he doubled down on the communist takes and absolutely raised his and the military's actions in the Middle East. Yeah. He knew he was profiting off of spilling brown blood. Yeah. And so that's something that, like, don't tell people who, like, especially if you're a white person and you have not personally been affected by the American military and imperialism in the way that people in the global South, in the Middle East have firsthand experience with it. Like, I'm always side-eyeing. I'm always side-eyeing when I see prominent white leftists be like, shut the fuck up. It's always kind of funny when people get called out and others apologize for using slurs because you get a massive wave of people being like, oh yeah, I use slurs all the time. It's okay. That's how things were, even though it wasn't even okay at the time. Well, that's because I don't know if you're aware, but we're free again. So it's why we've had a resurgence of slurs that were popular in the 90s and the 2000s. And then we went, how about not? And you even have leftists who engage in using these slurs. I was there in the 1900s, trust me. Yeah, comedy is legal again. Slurs have been back. Though it is always funny to be like, oh, it's fine. Who amongst us has not been on Reddit? Being homophobic and dropping slurs. Do you know what's so frustrating? I'm only going to address this briefly because it's so bad faith. Like, I don't even want to give it my attention. But obviously the other night when I mispronounced a word and then I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Obviously you guys know. And like, I am a person who gets shit on from both the left and the right because I'm against like all slurs. I'm not one of those leftists who's like, yeah, let's use the R slur. That's super rad. So it's just one of those things where I'm like, do you think I'm a person who just uses slurs on the reg? No. As somebody who gets called slurs still, who's had a resurgence of slurs from when I was in junior high, absolutely not. Completely forgot you did until you brought it up. Well, these assholes who've just tried to make my life hell certainly have not. And they're trying to use it to paint me as like, as an anti-Semite and a person who just says slurs all the time. I'm like, it's funny because you guys actually do. You guys actually do. I don't. And I'm not even cool with the slurs that have somehow made a resurgence amongst the left. There's no need. And I don't think it's being too woke. I don't. This whole scenario just screams the Democratic Party is once again trying to downplay how big of an issue these things are instead of addressing them head on. From saying that the tattoo resembled a Nazi Totenkopf to reducing his post to just Reddit post, not even addressing the Blackwater stuff, it makes the whole thing seem slimy. I mean, a lot of it also, I think, is the attitude of like, well, look who's the president. Look at the Politico article that was dropped where you have young Republicans being like, I love Hitler. And I do think there's this attitude of who gives a shit because fascism is here. And I don't know. I just feel like I don't think those two things are separate. Maybe it's just me. I don't see the pushback on slurs, on private military work. I don't see that stuff as separate from the problem of fascism. I basically did the way you bring up old shit. That's not me anymore. That's not who I am. And I just think if you're someone who's saying that I'm not that person anymore, I'm redeemed, I'm better, like, then you should be able to say, you should be able to acknowledge that stuff when it's brought up in good faith. Let me be clear. Obviously, you know, the establishment or the right, they just use this stuff as smears, but I don't think that means that you just hand wave everything away. people online who are those who are calling out Plattner of wanting to hand the election to Republicans, like, bro, we can and should have better candidates. I'm sick of what the Republicans do worse. They don't care like we should, though. That's also so insulting. It's like, do you really think that, because the people who I've seen go, hold on a second, are not people in any type of privileged position. Do you really think that those are people who are gleefully hoping Republicans win the election here? You know? Because I don't think that's the case. And so it's the same bullshit of like the Kamala Harris. It's that again, and yet it's the same. It's people I've seen who recognize that as bullshit, who recognize that line of argument as bullshit, doing that now with people who have raised concerns about Plattner and been like, we should envision better. Like, we can and should do better. Okay. Speaking of canceled, I want to know what's going on with Tyler, the Creator. So I have the man himself, the music man himself, Anthony Fantano, to explain.
Hey everyone, Kurthany Plunktano here, the internet's busiest music nerd, and Tyler the Creator is getting canceled. Oh my god, oh no, not Tyler the Creator. He's my favorite man. What music am I gonna listen to? So yeah, just in case you guys have not been on the internet for the past 48 hours or so, Tyler the Creator fans have been having a bit of a rough time. Mostly because he is getting dragged left and right, not just for past statements and tweets that he's posted, lyrics that have turned up on older albums of his and his discography that, tended to run much edgier than the records he drops these days. I mean, have you seen some of those like old Odd Future bars? They were kind of nuts. Anyway, it's very interesting to see a lot of this discourse unfold because clearly there are at least some Tyler the Creator fans today who are maybe newer to him and his catalog, and as a result, they're just not really fully aware of the things he used to say and the lyrics he used to write. Either that, or they are now looking at that time period with more mature 2020 vision and thinking, hold on now, wait a second. Now look, I'll say from my own personal experience as somebody who was an active music reviewer during this point in time, a lot.
Okay. So just a little background. Basically, old Tyler the Creator tweets were being resurfaced, and it contains like anti-black, misogynistic, homophobic content. Really weird. Some of the tweets just like, I think it was the ones around R. Kelly that I saw, and I was like, this is insane. And it kind of is on brand for Tyler the Creator's like weird insanity, but I think it's also something that I think it's something that is not okay just because Tyler is known to be a kooky kind of guy. One of the old tweets is him telling Diddy to stay out of trouble. Yeah. As a black person, that shit was so... Yeah, it was. And then I think the other thing that's confusing to me is people who keep trying to be like, it was a different era. It was a different era. The era being 2010 to 2014. And I'm like, what? Okay. What do we mean now when we say different era? Because it's not like we in woke era now. It's not like we have like people aren't saying those things. It's not like people aren't still being anti-black and misogynistic and homophobic and weird. Yeah, when did the different era change? From the 20s to 2015. And the other thing too is Tyler the Creator is a full-grown adult. He is an adult. He can answer for himself. He does not need, just like in every situation where something like this happens, he does not need the fans, the stands, to come to his rescue and be like speaking for him. He should speak.
A lot of those older Odd Future and Tyler records, in my opinion, were like really not that good. Or in my opinion, they just like have aged horrendously. And on top of that, at the moment that Odd Future was like first blowing up and becoming the hot music media commodity that they were for a number of years, it was very, very, very difficult covering and talking about their stuff, even positively, frankly, because a lot of the time when I would talk about Tyler's or the collective's music, it often would come with like insane waves of hate and harassment, unlike the coverage I would do at the time for any other artist. And this goes beyond your average angry music fandom mob reaction. There were moments in like my YouTube back catalog where all these little Odd Future fans were literally...
Yeah, and just to give you an idea too, it's just stuff that's like straight up not acceptable. You can't brush it off as like Tyler's a weird guy. You know, that's kind of his whole brand. That bitch said she was 16. Fuck jail. Chris Brown is that I can't get over how swag he is. He socked her in her fucking mouth. On Selena Gomez's 18th birthday, Tyler celebrated and started to sexually harass her online. Selena Gomez is now 18, so she can now legally take my dick in her fucking ass. Selena Gomez is going to take my dick deep in her fucking pussy. Selena the winner. I just want to fuck Selena Gomez in her fucking mouth. On Victoria Justice's 18th birthday, Tyler also began to sexually harass her along with Selena Gomez. I'm going to fuck Victoria Justice and Selena Gomez. Fucking bops. So see what I mean by it's not just a like, oh, well, people are looking for problems where there are none. This is very problematic. And I think he's kind of always been this way, but I think people are like, I don't know, maybe they didn't understand how problematic we were talking about. Dakota Fanning and Miley and Selena are all going to take my dick whether they like it or not. Fucking broads. Less than 24 hours before Justin Bieber's 18th birthday, Tyler tweets that he needs to kidnap him. Another example, he said he was trying to fuck Justin Bieber at the time of the Selena Gomez tweets. Justin was only 16 years old. He's just tweeting a lot about Justin Bieber. I am R. Kelly. By the way, no one cooler than Justin Bieber other than R. Kelly. R. Kelly peed on a fucking child and got away with it. That's the most swagged out shit I have ever heard in my life. R. Kelly makes everything look cool. I think I'm R. Kelly. I'm sorry too. I don't think being edgy is an excuse. I don't. And I gotta be honest, I have never been a Tyler, like a huge Tyler the Creator fan, so I was not really aware of all this until I started seeing stuff pop up, which is why I was like, let me go pull up a video of someone who knows more than I do. But my understanding was always kind of, yeah, isn't he a weird guy? Like that's the reputation. You know, he's like edgy and weird, but then There's a limit. I just thought he was super edgy, and then again, I haven't listened to him since high school. People discover these tweets every 2 years, the black community has known. Yeah, so okay. Here's his response on people bringing up.
When people go back and dig up old stuff from someone who's here now, it's like, hey, what's your end goal? What's the example you want to set? That you will always be held accountable for your actions. But accountable, what does that mean? That's the part that I don't think. What does it mean? Because if is the goal, you shouldn't do that. You should change and be a better person. I've been a better person for the last 9 years. That was 10 years ago. So what's their end goal? But I think people like doing that to make themselves feel better about themselves.
It's like, oh, look, I care about something. I wasn't on the basketball team, but look, we're rallying up and getting this guy out of here, right, guys?
What's the fucking end goal?
Well, you have evolved, though, Tyler. You apologize to Selena Gomez.
Oh, yeah, well, again, I was trying to fuck her boyfriend at the time. Like, yeah, sorry, Selena. Like, I said sorry when I saw her, whatever. Like, it's all good.
His music is not for the faint of heart. At times, extremely
I
homophobic.
don't know if that's good enough.
That's all true? No, not at all.
I don't know if that's good enough.
Got banned from England. I actually can't get into the UK. Old lyrics from like Bastard. In Australia, it was the whole UK. It was New Zealand.
You say you accused of starting violence or something?
It was like, yeah, I was like promoting racism and homophobia. From songs, I was like, this song's been out for years. What are y'all talking about? But it's like, people just go back to stuff and like, oh, look what he used to do. And it's like, yeah, but I'm not on that no more. So what's your end goal? When people go back and dig up old stuff.
Okay. Here's the thing. This works. Also, anonymous gifter, thank you. This argument of like, what is your goal? Is your goal just for the rest of my life to keep pulling up old tweets and be like, remember when you said that? And there's no ability for me to ever be separate from this ever again. I think that works if you are somebody who's fully owned up and taken full accountability and been like, that was fucked up. I thought, even if you're like, yeah, I thought I was being edgy, not cool. Not cool. But he's, in my understanding, I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares. And I don't think he's ever genuinely apologized and been like, here's why this is not okay too. Not just I don't think he cares. Like, bro, you gotta apologize. Right. People aren't gonna move on and shouldn't move on if you've never actually apologized and shown that you're different, shown that that's not the person that you are. Caroline, he was talking about fucking an 18-year-old only a few years ago. See, this is my problem when we talk about different era. I'm like, what different era? Oh, he's changed. He's not that anymore. Has he demonstrated that? Like, has he demonstrated that?
Really throwing swastikas in my comments over the fact that they knew I was in an interracial relationship. Like, shit was nuts. Put on top of that the sort of stuff Tyler used to say about fellow musicians and artists on a regular basis on Twitter, and all the non-stop headlines about him constantly.
It was a different time in the sense it was for 10 different years he said weird stuff.
Day in and day out. Like, around the time Tyler really was like a scourge of the internet. However, that time is mostly gone.
Also, I apologize too for people who, especially like people in the Black community who have been like, we've been trying to talk about this for years and it's never gotten traction or no one has seemed to care. I have no idea why it's popping off now. I didn't even, like, I saw a couple tweets. I didn't even know how deep this goes and how how bad it is, to the point that people have been trying to bring it to light for years and been like, this is really fucked.
on. And these days when I cover Tyler's music or I see discourse around his music, the reaction is much more sensible.
It
seems
started
like
with his
fan
memorial
base
post
has
for
done a lot of
D'Angelo. Yes, I saw that. I read his
changing
post.
and maturing and growing. And when you actually look at the man's art, and I think this is, apparent to a lot of people, he has done a lot of changing and growing too. And it's interesting because I think that change and that growth is what has caused a lot of people, when they are going back and looking at his old stuff and maybe catching some of these old tweets he posted back in 2012, 13, 14, it's causing them to just be straight up shocked because they're thinking like, whoa, this is my favorite artist. This is one of my favorites right here saying this. This does not align with my perception of the person I am such a big fan of now. And I will admit, even as someone who has been covering Tyler and his music for a long time, there are some images and pieces of information like coming to light that I wasn't even aware of because even though I was aware of Odd Future, I wasn't like in the Odd Future trenches like a fan. So to be honest, I
Wait. Okay, I'm also Tyler's reading the things being said by 13-year-olds in COD lobbies. I'm seeing that also it's because he liked a tweet. He liked a tweet, so his past lyrics, tweets, and merch have been going viral. The tweet he liked said, Tyler's fan base hates black music, despite Tyler himself having a very deep love and appreciation for it. He has Charlie Wilson, Erykah Badu, DJ Drama, etc. collaborations, and they still refuse to engage with black art on any meaningful level. Very cannibalistic.
I was not, stumbling across photos of Tyler in what seems like Ku Klux Klan robes. And for a lot of people stumbling across this discourse and sort of like, adding to this the fact that there were some offensive images that were incorporated in, early Odd Future merch and stuff like that. It's like all sending a very strange message at certain angles, not because the reappropriation and recontextualization of offensive symbols is wrong or inherently bad for an artist to do. But
wait, what's funny is this person had beef with Tyler a few years ago, calling him out for his old shit. And then they said something positive this time, and this happened. So the one time they're like saying something Tyler agrees with, and then it produces this mass call out of him where people are like, hey, can we finally fucking talk about Tyler, the
it's
creator?
clear the implementation here
Maybe it was playing the long con.
The satirization and the context that would actually educate people on these symbols in a way that actually communicates their history.
I feel like I need an FD signifier vid on this. I feel like FD is the type of guy who, if he doesn't have a vid, would probably make a vid.
And their impact and their significance instead of potentially desensitizing people to them. I'm not here to say who should and should not be offended by any of this, especially as a white person. Let's rewind for a second though, because seemingly a lot of this discourse is over a tweet, it appears. Not a tweet Tyler quote or retweet, but liked. And it says, Tyler's fan base hates black music despite Tyler himself having a very deep love and appreciation for it. The dude has Charlie Wilson,
Kenograph,
Badu,
thank you for the prime.
DJ Drama, etc. collaborations, and they still refuse to engage with black art on any meaningful level. Very cannibalistic. And again, Tyler liked this tweet, presuming that he must have, felt this person was saying something valid, voicing a valid criticism. And the responses to this were not great because it caused a lot of people to recall, well, aren't things with your fan base that way because you're not really challenging them and maybe instead making them feel comfortable with certain biases around race through comments you have either made in your music or in interviews in the past. And going back to some of these interviews and tweets, some of which at the time I did my best to avoid because, again, I'm sure a lot of older people will recall, but I will say personally, as somebody who had to cover Tyler's music and stuff on a regular basis, this 2012 to 2014 period was just constant Tyler Odd Future inundation. And it was just so dense that you really could be fucking consuming Odd Future related content all day.
We'll look at them. open mic afterwards.
And yeah, again, many of them have not aged well and honestly weren't really a good look at the time. But I feel like one of the only reasons Tyler skated by was because, again, he was so young when he was saying a lot of this stuff, and people chalked a lot of his behavior up to just kind of acting out and misbehaving and just like not really knowing how to conduct himself in the limelight. That's kind of the thing. I feel like we need to at least a little bit appreciate the fact that Tyler's career and his position.
I see a comment that's like, just a year ago, he threatened to go back to his old self when people brought up his old tweets. The way he spoke about it, specifically telling women, referring to the Swifties who first brought it up again to go listen to his older music, showed he apparently feels fine to invoke the same vitriol all these years later to quote, "I don't give a fuck ho." What is this like, oh, watch out or else I'm going to go back to that. I'm going to go back to old Tyler. Doesn't that mean that it's not old Tyler then? If you're threatening to be like, oh yeah, that's still there. That is still there. I can bring it
on
back
the music
out.
scene is just so amazingly unique because not only did he blow up so young, but he did so in such a way to where it's clear he had so little in terms of any sort of filter or control or curation being put over him, preventing him from like, you know, stepping on these figurative rakes over and over and over. Instead of playing it careful and thoughtful, these offensive elements of his personality and his worldview.
This is my favorite tweet. Crying because everyone is finding Tyler's problematic tweets from 2012, and meanwhile, this was Meg. F is for friends that do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere and anytime at all. Down here in the deep blue sea. It's like there's that, and then there's Tyler, the creator.
Were instead just
Not
like
the
made
same.
his brand. And yeah, again, like it wasn't great. And again, my feelings on much of this is echoed in my reviews of his work at the time because, you know, who is a Tyler without the context around Tyler? With that being said, though, with this discourse kind of dying down a little bit now over the weekend, the question is like, where do we go forward from here? Because again, clearly a lot of people are kind of like shocked and looking at Tyler a different way now that they are kind of like, you know, seeing a lot of this stuff for the first time. And I'll remind people once more, like, I'm not here to say who can and can't be offended at any of this or, you know, make whatever choice they want to make in terms of whether or not they continue to engage with what Tyler does from here. But it is still clear as fucking day that this man, the man that we see today, the man who just, you know, dropped "Don't Tap the Glass," that is so very clearly a different man that we knew when this guy was dropping Goblin. Like, not a completely different person, but for sure a very different person. I want to stress, though, not a perfect person, not the best person in the world.
FT said this video is timely again in YouTube community posts about Tyler, the creator's situation. Is this an interview?
Weirdo shit, you know, just keeping it real. If that's your favorite rapper, not like you like some Drake songs, not like he goes off in the club.
We watch
But if
this.
you like connect with Drake, if he inspires you, you probably suck. Yeah, we're done with the history part of the video. Drake makes vapid.
It could just be that clip. You probably suck.
World, not like, you know, morally speaking, a perfect fucking angel, because I feel like that's an unreasonable standard that we shouldn't be holding anybody to, but clearly still a different person who has done a lot of growing and changing over that 10+ year period. Like, if Tyler's perspective hadn't actually changed on a lot of these issues that he was, you know, talking about in tweets, interviews, so on and so forth, I don't think he would be liking a tweet like this in 2025. So while I think it would be destructive and a waste to basically interact with Tyler and treat him as if he is the exact same person
Okay,
today.
so it sounds like Tyler too has this anger towards his fan base being very white, and yet he himself having been anti-black and shitting on black people. And so then being mad when his audience is white and people who don't care about black
Who
music.
said these things just like 5 minutes ago. And I don't think, people need to be banging down his door, begging for him to just like, apologize and grovel on his knees for all of it. If the picture this tweet Tyler has liked here is a perspective he agrees with, sees truth in, personally, I think he should take it upon himself or, just enact a bit of responsibility here in terms of maybe going the extra mile to challenge and engage your fans in such a way to where they are kind of reaching outside of their comfort zones. Look, I'll say in my own experience, it can be difficult, leading a horse to water and getting them to drink because, my entire job is recommending things, getting people to check things out. Yeah, and a lot of that stuff is like very conceptual music, very experimental music, music that has deep roots in Black history. And yeah, unfortunately, the people who watch me, they don't always take the hint as much as I would like them to. But still, you could at least try, and I don't see Tyler doing a whole lot of trying on that front. As far as challenging and engaging with his audience in a way that, seems almost like a little bit confrontational, the most of that I've seen him do in recent years is just kind of doing more songs where he's talking about how weird and paranoid he feels over just how obsessed some people are with him, trying to force themselves upon him or into his life in a way that he doesn't consent to, which, yeah, sure, that's all well and valid and true. But if you can challenge your fans on that front, there are certainly fronts they could be challenged on in regards to Black music at large. So again, while I don't think Tyler needs to be dogpiled on over every single thing he's done or posted or said on the internet a decade ago, I do think him and his brand could do with, basically coming out either artistically or just verbally explaining to some of his followers how maybe his views have changed over the years. Because personally, I will say it does rub me the wrong.
Yeah. I think basically that's kind of just what people want. Here's the thing. Look, I feel like the woke mob is constantly referenced by people who actually don't want to take accountability, who are like, no, fuck you guys. And the issue is not that people are, they have no capacity for being pleased, right? There's nothing you can say that will make them happy. Sure, maybe there's the person here and there, but I think for the most part, that's not the majority. And I think that gets treated as, it's like this monolithic woke mob that will never be satisfied and will just attack you over and over and over again. And no apology is good enough. When most of the time it's like, okay, I think it's because you actually haven't taken accountability. I think it's actually because you ain't done shit. I don't even see why he'd be so defensive when it's clear that with Flower Boy onwards, he changed his music output away from that complete edgelord garbage from his earlier albums. Yeah, and then he'll say things like, he'll just moonwalk. What was the thing last year he said? I'll moonwalk over that bitch on people bringing up old tweets and designs, which is him going, I'm untouchable. So I think it's just these lines here and there over the years too that showcases his actually not having given a fuck about the old stuff he used to say. And then him being like, I'll go back to that person. Yeah, you want me to go back?
Wrong way a little bit when I see recent lyrics or statements from him.
They can't accept it's not the woke mob. It's people seeing how weird motherfuckers are and them not liking it. Yeah.
Him about kind of feeling annoyed over being pushed to make public political statements or stand for a cause, this and that. And I get how for an artist or a media personality doing that sort of thing could be kind of bad for your brand, but seemingly that sort of thing was totally okay with Tyler when it was statements and perspectives that he was giving that were very, very edgy and dismissive. But now that his views have most likely shifted a little bit, he's just quieter about it now. And I presume maybe on some level, the reason that is because Tyler could be afraid of even more the fallout that might occur as a result of making his longtime fans feel more uncomfortable, just kind of like living in these biases without second guessing them. I'll tell you, from my own personal experience, I love making right-wingers feel uncomfortable in my shit. You know, some shock humor and statements here and there is one thing, but like tying it into your whole political ideology is fucking stupid. Like, I'm gonna vote for a Republican because I saw a meme. I would rather... So again, while I don't think Tyler needs to be torn down and boycotted or anything along those lines, if he does actually feel as strongly as he does from this little like here that people may be, you know, reading into a bit much, who knows, he could be doing more to challenge some of his more sheltered fans to, you know, look outside of their narrow worldview, which I mean is honestly one of the privileges of having a platform. You get to, you know, tell people about things that they might not have known about otherwise. So yeah, if it matters, tell them, shout it from the mountaintops.
Okay.
So many thoughts. So many thoughts. Look, okay. Top down view of this is Klopik 420. Thank you for that. Please buy them. Please buy them. Thank you for that. So the top down version of this is Tyler the Creator posted a tribute to D'Angelo, as many of us did that were influenced by D'Angelo, and we'll be playing voodoo later because a lot of us are very much. Thank you for the gifted. A lot of us are very affected by D'Angelo's death because we're very influenced by his music.
R.I.P. D'Angelo.
I could, without having heard Tyler ever mention D'Angelo, I could see the avenue by which D'Angelo's influence lived in Tyler. So he made this
Rodeo, thank you for the prime.
tribute
I'm gonna grab
post.
some water. I
And
read his tribute.
apparently-
I read his tribute post when I talked about
In
D'Angelo.
the comments of the tribute post, there was a lot of like edgelord responses from people who were probably just trying to be edgy or actually don't give a fuck about D'Angelo. It could be either way. But just sort of, I think, shitting on his tribute. And we're going to get into the details of it here. And apparently Tyler liked some sort of tweet where it was somebody saying that Tyler's fans don't care about black music. And him liking a tweet made it an even more intense situation, because then people started digging up Tyler's old tweets that would seem to make it make sense that a lot of his fans didn't necessarily respect.
Yeah, I don't know who this is. This is Open Mike Eagle. He's a rapper.
Black music. And so what's
Is he on
happening
Twitch?
is Tyler is sort of having to deal with or be confronted by some of his old attitudes and behaviors
When
and
did D'Angelo
choices
die last
in a
week?
way that I sort of always thought he would never have to deal with, because I didn't think that when he first came on the scene, and I was in LA, I was in indie rap a decade ago, whenever it was, when, you know, Odd Future, Tyler, Earl, Haji Beats, Left Brain, Frank Ocean, all of them came onto the scene, and the music was very provocative. It was very edgy, and you know, Tyler's early projects, I mean, I had a hard time listening to him. As much as I appreciated the production, the musicality behind the beats, like the lyrics, like I was already too grown, really, to be fucking with that type of shit. Like I'd had my phase in high school. I used to listen to early Eminem because I was in high school at that time. So like I already had
Gen
my
Z
era
is trying
where,
to
like,
cancel Eminem.
oh, he's saying controversial shit. That's cool. I was grown, so I couldn't really fuck with it.
I will say too, and I don't think this is the same thing as someone digging up old tweets to start a cancellation campaign, because it seems to be the case that people have for years been like, hey, this is really inappropriate, problematic, not good. And the way he's responded has never put it to rest.
But he went really hard. You know, he went really hard with the provocative shit. And
you ate 95
a lot of
Chips
their
Ahoy
early
cookies?
movement
Wow,
seemed to
not
be
100.
infused with that I don't give a fuck energy.
It's been a topic like
and
every 3
his,
years.
You know, his online persona included. There's a lot of bullshit. It seems that through his maneuvering and projects and musical development and public relations navigation, it seemed like he had left it all behind and become sort of this newer, fully formed, more mature artist, and that somehow he had made it where people had made peace with what he used to do or had forgotten it, and he got all these new fans, and he wasn't going to have to deal with the things that he used to do or say. And it seems like, of all things, D'Angelo's passing has sort of brought this moment up where people are having to contend with how he used to behave versus how he behaves now. And here's the story. So what's happening with Tyler, the Creator, and the D'Angelo tribute fallout? Tyler's past tweets are under new scrutiny after critics said his Odd Future era normalized ignorance towards black art amongst his fandom, which is, I mean, I think there's a real argument there. And I'll say this. Right or wrong, morally, ethically, good, bad, whatever, like, you can have your own stance on that. But one thing that I'll say is absolutely true, and one thing that I think any person has to deal with, is that the seeds that you plant will grow into trees. Like, that is undeniable. Like, the attitudes that he put out into the world, the attitudes that he infused his work with in the beginning, especially as successful and far-reaching as those things became.
Yes. Yeah. And I think this issue of him being upset about the fact that he's essentially turned away black fans, and now he primarily has white fans and is like, these people don't care about black music. He can't be upset about that when his actions have led to that. The seeds he's planted growing into these trees.
Like, that foundation will always be there. And it seems as if Tyler has made a decision to just let it stay there, not really deal with it, be sort of, I guess, above it. To the degree in which he can, but I don't know if you get to just ignore it, because an edgelord reaction to his genuine feelings about a black genius musician passing, like, that edgelord reaction isn't happening in everybody's Instagram post about D'Angelo, but it's happening in his, because I feel like in his younger self, he would have been part of those sorts of reactions. Like, he would have, it seems like that's the side that he would have been on. So it seems impossible to me that he would have completely gotten away from that. But fully reckoning with the past season will require real humility and introspection. Not sure if that's going to happen with him. I mean, I think we're going to reach that crossroads soon. I mean, and I think that there's a section in this article, and I haven't read all the way through it, but I think there is a section where it does cover whether or not Tyler has responded to this. But I do think this moment is approaching, and there may be a question in terms of whether or not Tyler can truly occupy the space he wants to occupy now, whether or not he has to contend with his former attitude.
Well, okay, now understanding this too, it does put the D'Angelo stuff into context more, because D'Angelo, so when we talked about D'Angelo rejected the term neo soul, how that was given to him. That was he was considered to be, a pioneer of neo soul, and he said, no, I make black music. And he was, I mean, there were non-black people who loved D'Angelo's music as well, but black people loved D'Angelo. He meant a lot. His music meant a lot to the black community. And so I think Tyler, D'Angelo was one of Tyler, the Creator's great inspirations. And he wrote that in his post that like he was deeply inspired by D'Angelo and used a lot of examples. And so that must suck too, that he's looking at his audience and going, he's looking at his position as a black artist who makes black music. And it's not that. It's not how it was with D'Angelo. So I think that too, now it makes sense that it's like, okay, if this is one of your heroes, if this is somebody that you wanted to emulate and you're frustrated because you don't have that. But I think D'Angelo from the start was always in his personal and in his professional life was very much about being black and very much about making black music. And Tyler was not like that.
Tyler Stripper posted, D'Angelo was met with insensitive.
It's a running bit that Tyler will make a joke that the crowds at his shows are singing the N-word a little too loud.
Comments sparking outrage about the disconnect between his audience and the black artists he supports. Critics are revisiting Tyler's past behavior, highlighting old tweets with offensive content and questioning his role in cultivating his current audience. Tyler has not publicly addressed the backlash, but appears to be deleting some of the old tweets. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, that's a way.
Okay, that's funny that's funny that he's finally deleting some of the old tweets.
That's not deleting them up until this point also seems to be a choice. And maybe he's realizing that he wasn't going to be able to just skate by. And
yeah,
and
they
become
were
a new
still
persona.
up.
Why is Tyler the Creator after Neo Soul? Okay. So this was the post that Tyler made about D'Angelo. We are so lucky to have been able to have been alive to enjoy his art. Tyler wrote, "My musical DNA was helped shape by this man. Forever grateful. Safe travels." However, the comment section under his post, which has since been turned off, were reportedly flooded with off-topic and insensitive replies from fans
People
who either
were
didn't
quoting new ones and being like, "You forgot this one."
know D'Angelo, or
How
made
long
jokes
is this
about when
different
Tyler's
era?
next album would drop. Wow. Which, again, like that sort of trolling, that's trolling. And Tyler was a huge fucking troll. He was a troll in his music. He was a troll around his music. He was a troll online. So if anyone should expect trolling in their audience, it would be Tyler. The tone-deaf responses sparked outrage across social media platforms, particularly among fans who felt they revealed a larger disconnect between Tyler's audience and the black artists he champions. What did Tyler say to spark more controversy? In response to the wave of comments, Tyler tweeted and later deleted a tweet about sun dodgers. I guess that's supposed to be white people. I have not heard that term. The term was interpreted by some as a derogatory way to refer to white people, while Tyler previously used the phrase in reference to...
Okay, I'm sorry. That's funny. What? I have never heard that before. I guess that could also work for vampires, sun dodgers.
ICE agents in an unrelated Instagram post. Its use reignited long-standing criticisms about the racial dynamics within his fan base. Now, if we start having a conversation about racial dynamics in rappers' fan bases, that opens an entirely different
That is fucking
can
funny.
of worms. One that I can say, what I was about to say is that one that's like I'm on the front lines of, but I'm not. Like I'm in the indie side. I'm on the indie side. I'm in a niche of it, and in the niche I'm in, the conversation takes on a specific sort of tenor because the side I'm in, the corner of hip hop I'm in, represents, in terms of the intention behind the music, a more thoughtful, artful, if you will, approach to making the music. And within that,
I'm gonna start calling Will a sun dodger.
the investigation of the racial component of the fan bases starts to take on a little bit more of a
Okay, to be fair, I avoid the sun too.
potentially anti-black sentimented sort of discussion. So if it's more along the lines of like the public discourse that No Name was trying to have, which I can't speak to the success of, where she was talking about not wanting to perform if there weren't any black people in the audience. I've seen similar discourse arise around Billy Wood shows, where there have been comments about the whiteness of the audience, and that's certainly a
What happened to No Name? I swear No Name, like 2000, let's say like 5-ish years ago, I thought No Name was gonna be huge. Can you link this person's Twitch? Somebody had linked it in chat. I'm just becoming familiar with this guy as well. Have you seen D'Angelo's music video for Untitled? Oh, you missed the day that I did a tribute to D'Angelo, because yes.
reality that I deal with. And I think that there's a lot of layers to it. Because what we have to contend with overall, right, is that this is mostly a white country. Like, and I think that oftentimes because
Wait,
of
but I thought white people got replaced.
media representation, we lose sight of that. But
She's
black
still
people
popping
are
off?
10% of the population. 10%. So if you're reaching a wide number of people in America, it's most likely that black people are going to be a minority of your audience. Now, when you look at artists who have more black people in their audience than white people, then you have to look at marketing, I think you have to look at how music typically reaches black people, which to me has always been very intertwined with the most powerful and efficient parts of the music business, which is why particularly I think indie acts will have a harder time reaching black people because we're not working hand in hand with the industry the same way. I often ask people think who's the last indie artist that has a super, I mean, first of all, who's an indie artist with a super black fan base? And it's like, your mind might go to a Tyler, but Tyler's always been on major labels. Like he's more independently, artistically minded. But again, that's what makes these conversations so.
No, I don't think it was that she directly supported Kanye. I think it was her collabing with Jay Electronica. I think that's probably what you're talking about. And people were like, ugh.
Difficult to have because there's a way of thinking about indie artists that is based on aesthetics and based on creativity, based on freedom of different ways to create and
Shitter Show in Central Park
build
canceled
art.
last year by
And then
Eric
there's indie in the
Adams.
business sense.
I must have missed that.
And in the business sense, it's always going to be harder to reach black people.
No Names, because I remember when they canceled Kalani's concert. No Name Central Park concert can't. I know this isn't about No Name, but I did bring No Name up. The Adams administration, which applied pressure to stop a Kehlani concert last month, has denied involvement in the cancellation, but it was canceled without explanation. Yeah. It's like the real cancel culture. The real cancel culture involving anybody who is an advocate for Palestine.
There's not a lot of black artists that become popular with black people via word of mouth. That's not how it happens. But again, like I said, this is an entirely different can of worms. That, you know, I'm always interested in having, and I'm always interested in hearing other people's insights on, but that may be another conversation for another time. How did fans and critics react online? Reddit user, it looks like Margaret TM, pointed out that the situation revealed the interesting ways in which black music is heard but not truly digested by non-black fans. This opened up a wider discourse. I mean, and there's a component in that comment about who music is intended for, which is tough because, like, okay, my work is always going to be rooted in a black American experience because that is who I am. And I don't think, I'll tell you this. I think on the indie side, more than anything, there's nobody writing with a particular demographic in mind in terms of who they want this music to reach. They want to make the music they want to make. We want to make the music we want to make and have it appeal to whoever it appeals to. Like, that's part of the aesthetic of being independent, is to be able to follow your own creative whims, where on the big label side, you're going to be making a specific product to try to reach a specific group of people. So on that side, it's a little more calculated on who is supposed to be listening to this, quote unquote. And then that's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that's something I think a lot of times people forget. And sometimes my problem with criticism is, well, this person's like, this person's art is bad. It's like, is it bad or is it just not for you? And a lot of times too, I try and be thoughtful in when I'm evaluating, analyzing, critiquing something, and always thinking too, who is this for? Who is this for? And especially when it's in the independent world, recognizing like that I don't think that it means that you can't judge something on its own merits, but I do think it's always important to consider like who the artist is and who the art is really for.
To think about if you're
not everything is for everyone.
Attempting to make music that is communicating with black people, but knowing that a lot of the fans and consumers of,
like, I remember that with I Saw the TV Glow, which I really loved. I really loved that film, but I saw people shitting on that film, and they tended to be non-trans viewers. And I think absolutely, as a trans person, your experience in watching that film, which is really a metaphor for the trans, for being trans, I think it is going to be very different. And so there were some people who commented on that film and were like, well, I just didn't get it, or blah, 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 where it's like, maybe because that didn't speak to something that you would really understand. And I think there's still things in that film that if you're not trans, you can appreciate and enjoy. But yeah, rather than a outright, oh, this movie sucks, which don't like that kind of criticism anyway, to get that you might not have been impacted by that film in the way that trans people who saw that film were.
But are also going to be white.
Funny enough, SNL and their Beyonce sketch makes this point in a funny way. Yes. I have to go to the bathroom.
That there's going to be messaging or notions in it that people outside of black culture may or may not understand. Like that is an interesting dynamic, and I'm sure Tyler has to deal with that in a way that most artists don't. Wider discussion of Tyler's white fan base engages with black culture on a superficial level. Tyler, the creator, liked a post calling out his fan base's relationship with black music. I gotta go to the hellscape real quick. Tyler's fan base hates black music despite Tyler himself having a very deep love and appreciation for it. Nigga has Charlie Wilson, Erykah Badu, DJ Drama, etc.
And that, you know what we also just watched recently? We talked about that was Jennifer's Body, where a lot of the reviews and the criticism of Jennifer's Body was based on this assumption that Jennifer's Body was centered towards the male experience, was for like young, horny men. And it very much was not. And so instead of even critiquing that film, watching that film for what it was and judging it on its own merits, it was in the framework of it was in the framework of like, how does this speak to men? And that certainly was on the marketing team. Absolutely.
Operations, and they still refuse to engage with black art on any meaningful level. Very cannibalistic. Well, I guess the question would be, through Tyler's music, does he encourage his fan base to engage with black music in a meaningful way? Is that happening in the music? Is that happening around the music? Does Tyler only express his meaningful love for black music when an artist passes away? I think these are all valid questions to ask. And again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. The seeds that we plant, like that's what ends up being the trees that we're in. Like that's the forest that we're in. It's tough to say to what degree an artist is responsible for their audience. I agree. But I do think that...
What is black music? Well, I will give you my answer on that. As a non-black person, though, black music is by black people and based in the black historical, cultural, personal experience. I do think it's a little self-explanatory, but I like to try and assume people are asking questions genuinely. So I think the other thing is, like, black music is pretty much all music because of the influences of black artists and black culture on just about every form, genre of music. You know, you can't talk about country, pop, so many genres of music without recognizing their roots in black artistry and black culture. Somber, this joke hurt to type. But that's why D'Angelo, who didn't want to feel like he was being put in a box and that he was being stifled by being referred to as the pioneer of neo soul. And he's like, what is neo soul? I don't want to just be an artist who's like, yeah, I do neo soul. He's like, I do black music. I make black music because of the vastness of that.
An artist's approach to how they present their music, how they communicate around it, how they communicate.
Black music is also diasporic, so African American music will be different than other black music from other parts of the world, very vast.
Okay, inside of it does have an effect on the sort of fandom that they attract. I think that there is something to be said about that. It is not a perfect science. I mean, if you even look at what we do around here, I mean, not all of who we have here in this community is based on my music, but I think that like I try to infuse my music with a respect for humanity and a respect for curiosity and, you know, a respect for respectful discourse that I when I see the reflections of how this community engages with each other, it seems to.
Who's the founder of rock music? I would say Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Sister Rosetta Tharpe, Fats Domino, and then later like a Jimi Hendrix, Sly and the Family Stone. So, yeah, rock music, which I think a lot of people who stop saying summer is a joke. A lot of people who are fans of rock music, white people who maybe think of like rock music being synonymous with white people, should know that actually the pioneers of rock music were black artists, that rock music is rooted in black culture. But of course, because of racism in this country, oftentimes those who are at the forefront of these musical genres didn't get the recognition. I mean, they wouldn't even play black artists on the radio. So how could their music be mass consumed and disseminated when these racial structures were preventing their music from being heard by a broader audience? So that's why I think if you listen to music, it's really important to know music history, to one, ensure that the people who pioneered many of the, a lot of the music that you listen to today, to know where that comes from. But it will also just, I just think having that education and that understanding of music history also makes you a better consumer of music.
To have those sorts of sentiments and values infused in it. I think there's something to be said about those values being in the music and around the music that attracts a fan base that reflects it. I mean, I think that's true. And that's why, like, if you look at the math here, like, I think that, a lot of what, as unfair as it might be to hold him accountable.
Entire row of Oreos.
What Oreos? What Oreos?
I have dinner.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
For how his fan.
Oh, look, it's the Sun Dodger. You hear me? You hear me? You Sun Dodger? A Dodger of the Sun? He doesn't know what I'm saying. He doesn't know. It's not even hitting.
Base behaves.
It's not
I think
even
that
hitting.
there's some pretty clear lines to draw in this particular instance specific.
And that's why it pisses me off whenever white people are like, Beyonce can't do country music. When they try and shut out black artists from country, when it's like, do you think that white people were the ones who created country music? Do you think that Beyonce, born and raised in Houston, Texas, with, as a black woman from Houston, Texas, has no right to make a country album? We got a lot of learning to do.
Specifically.
Yeah, Sinners. And that was why one thing I really loved about Sinners, I loved the soundtrack and I loved its depictions of the South. And I think a lot of times horror films set in the South, especially during an era like that, it's ugly. It's like, look at these backwoods hillbillies. And Sinners really displayed the beauty and the Black Southern culture. And it was so good.
Update account Kirko reported that Tyler hit like on a
The
tweet.
side eye from Shabuzi will live
just
forever.
Discussed. The post
It
widely
will.
circulated after the D'Angelo tribute added fuel to this already growing fire. Is Tyler being held accountable for his past behavior? Some fans and critics are now pointing fingers back at Tyler himself, with Hot New Hip Hop and Hot 97 both reporting that Tyler is being accused of cultivating the very type of audience now under fire. The rapper's critics have resurfaced alleged tweets from his early Odd Future days, particularly from 2012 to 2014, where Tyler reportedly made anti-black, misogynistic, and other offensive comments. Actually went and got my own screenshots of Tyler, the Creator's tweets, adding keywords so folks can't act like these never existed. All right, well, let's take a look. Tyler posted, "I hate Black History Month. Why the fuck do you still have to fucking separate? Niggas still always paying homage to our heroes. Fuck that," which sort of flies in the face of a D'Angelo tribute. I hate the black dude from Victorious. I don't even know what that is. I hate Black History. Oh, no, that's the same one. And black people are currently mad right now, but in 2 weeks we'll be over it because they really don't care. Cool hashtag, though. And this is 2014, so like that. I mean, is this like Mike Brown time? Is this Trayvon Martin time? Like, that's rough. That is rough. Yeah, and people are going at him in the comments for these type of behaviors. And so I think Tyler today would never say these things.
Wait, also his username back then was Fuck Tyler.
I think Tyler was a different person then. But then I do think that Tyler has to understand that this is who he was going to get at the time. This is who he was appealing to at the time. This is who was jumping on the Tyler bandwagon in the beginning. It's people who rocked with shit like this and probably agreed with it. This tweet has 4,000 likes in 2014. Like, there were a lot of people who agreed with it who, you know, were probably people who started fucking with his music, either already fucked with his music or started fucking with it around this time. And I would like to think that he's grown. But I think that if he gives a shit about anybody thinking that he's grown, he's going to have to speak to this somehow. I think that's really what it comes down to. It's going to have to be discussed. It can't be glossed over. Or if you're going to gloss over it, don't be mad that they wilding out in your D'Angelo tribute. Don't turn the comments off if you don't care. But I think he does care. And I think that if he does, then, you know, he's got to speak to this somehow. You know, he's accumulated, cultivated this sort of fan base. Those people will probably listen to him if he says something more mature now. He could probably change these people's minds. He's not going to lose any fans, I don't think. So maybe, you know, maybe there's an opportunity there. If he really gives a shit. Maybe there's an opportunity there. Okay. Has Tyler responded to the criticism? So far, Tyler has not made any public statements addressing the backlash. However, Hot 97 notes that he appears to be quietly deleting some of the old tweets that have resurfaced. Tyler, the Creator, deleting tweets in real time is going to... I don't think that makes things worse, actually. I think deleting the tweets is a first step in doing something helpful. I actually agree. Because it is taking some public step to let people know that he no longer agrees with the person that he used to be.
I mean, I guess like a comp I would use would be iDubbbz. iDubbbz, who I missed that whole era, but I'm aware that he used to be the same type of edgy, saying slurs, saying misogynistic things. It was bad, right? And he's fully owned it and been like, that's not who I am anymore, and has moved away and had to go through the, regrowing pains of, okay, so you're going to lose an audience like this, but then you can it's not hopeless. It's not the end of the road when you decide I'm no longer going to do this anymore, and I'm sorry for the person that I was in the past. As somebody who wrote Tyler off a decade and a half ago and recently opened up his most recent music, I don't think people are being fair to him. He's clearly gone and changed a lot from the person who wrote these tweets. He was a kid that used to, I think at the core here, Tyler's upset about the fact that his audience is not who he wants his audience to be. And I think it's a matter of people going, well, you really shit on us. You really shit on us. And we don't feel like you actually really cared about that. And if you want to bring us back into the fold, if the people who you want comprising your fan base, you have to show us that this was something that you did take seriously.
So deleting it is a sort of shortcut way to do that, but I do think it's a good first step. A TV show with 99% white people and the only character you hate is the one cool black guy. Okay. In his Chromacopia album released last year, Tyler addressed the problematic past on the song Thought I Was There, where he says, pull up old tweets, pull up old t-shirts, all that, I'll moonwalk over that. Yeah, well, that I never thought it was going to be that easy. And it's been really amazing that he's been able to get as successful and beloved. I'm gonna tell you this: like I was at Kendrick's pop out, and I have been to multiple giant sporting events, wrestling events. I have not heard a crowd pop in my life like that crowd in the Kia Forum popped when Tyler got on that stage at Kendrick's pop out, and this forum, this was Juneteenth. This forum was full of black people. In LA, in South LA, in Inglewood. They lost their shit when Tyler got on stage. It's been amazing that he's been able to become his beloved, given how provocative he was at the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly hasn't hurt him as far as being like a mainstream musical talent. So he still has a huge fan base. He still headlines major festivals like Coachella.
I think we're reaching that moment where the past will have to be contended with in some way or another.
Yeah.
And that's all I got to say about that.
Cool. Wow. Great insight from Open Mike Eagle. Thank you to whoever sent that to me. He's headlining Lala along with Chappell and Doechii. Wait, Chappell and Doechii are going to be at Lollapalooza 2026. They already announced the lineup? What? Are you sure? Or Oh, wait. Lollapalooza, Dochi, Chapel. Oh, worldwide. Chapel is headlining Lollapalooza, Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. Oh, I think you brought this up before. So it's Sabrina Carpenter, Tyler, the Creator, Chapel Roan, Deftones, Skrillex, Lorde, Dochi, Turnstile, Louis Capaldi, Paolo Lund. That's a pretty stacked lineup. And then on, baby, I have to, am I going international? Kygo, Peggy Gao, Interpol, Addison Rae, gotta. Cat's Eye, Dejo, Brutalismus 3000, Marina, Lolo Young. Oh, well, certainly not. I have to think certainly not this person anymore. David, certainly not. Couldn't, please. Royal Otis. Let me see who else I listened to here. That's pretty good. Is there an update there? Nothing big yet. Why do you think being edgy is such a common humor phase people go through? I think it was, I don't know. I mean, I think early internet. I don't know. I'm not the right person to answer that because I think I've always been the opposite. Like I think my vibe has always been the opposite of edgy. I also wasn't on the internet. Like somewhat, but not really. So I kind of missed out on this. But yeah, I mean, I guess like same reasons that you see it now. Kind of irony, poisoned nihilism. Somber's replacing David. Great. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have never been a part of that world, so I can't say, but I think it was kind of the vibe. I think it was like, ooh, I want to be different. Shock humor. That, yeah. Okay. Let me open up a little gaming. All right. Okay. It's emotionally and intellectually easy humor. It's most base level shit because it's a person just noticing things that hurt people and repeat them with a wink and a smirk. Like it's brilliant and subversive. Yeah, I guess low-hanging fruit type shit. Hillary Duff raised me right. That's right. I was raised by... I was raised by Hillary Duff, so... She was teaching us not to say gay. I just got here and I'm very confused. What are you confused about? What can we help to clear up? How can we help? Okay. All right. Okay. I would like to get into gaming now before it gets even later. So, I mean, I told you guys, I didn't even know what the F word was until junior high. And by F word, I mean fuck. The first time I heard that word, I heard that word, I think I was in like 5th or 6th grade. Yeah. I am still learning things. I still learn things that are, I mean, not that fuck is internet specific, but obviously I still learn things that I think a lot of people know what they are, kind of part of slang, that type of thing. Blue waffle. Yeah, blue waffle. I'm still learning. Unfortunately, 6, 7. Yeah. Yeah. You got to know about the Tumblr ship wars? No. What? All right, y'all. I will be gaming for a little bit here, so if you're going away. Wow, thank you. Sun Dodger. If you are going away, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. For the rest of y'all, I started playing Soma yesterday. I went into this game totally blind, but it's great. It takes place in the scariest place of all, Canada.